Check, check, check. Can I speak? I have, there it is. Good morning, everyone. We're going to begin in just a minute. People want to take their seats. All right. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Welcome. This is our joint meeting of Transit Commission and Light Rail Subcommittee. I'll be chairing the first part of the meeting, and Chair Desroches will be chairing the second part of the meeting. And I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. It's important
to recognize that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe people, whose presence continues to enrich this land.
Interpretation is available for today's meeting. We have no regrets, and I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brackington. Here. Councillor Carr.
Present.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Leeper. Here. Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Curry.
Here.
Chair Desroches.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Eric.
Apologies, Chair. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
All right. With the will of the Joint Committee, we'll be considering item 5.1 relating to the cartridge bearing assembly review report. The city's external legal counsel is available at the beginning of our meeting to provide us with a confidential in-camera legal briefing. So we'll resolve to in-camera to receive the briefing and ask any related questions before we move on to the rest of the meeting. We'll then open the meeting to consider the staff report and receive staff's presentation on the report on this item. So I'll ask Chair Desroches to introduce a motion to move to a closed meeting.
That's a really good idea, Mr. Chairman. And maybe if the clerk's office could give me that motion, I would be happy to put it into record. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. Be it resolved that in accordance with the procedure bylaw, the joint meeting of the Transit Commission and Light Rail Subcommittee resolve in camera pursuant to subsection 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, and 13(1)(e) litigation or potential litigation to receive and consider a confidential legal briefing related to the root cause review and the status of the implementation of the maintenance settlement agreement, not to be reported out. Thank you.
Is the motion carried?
Excuse me, I have my hand up. Just point of clarification.
Yeah, Councillor Tierney? Yep.
I just want to check with the clerk's office. obviously, whatever's discussed within that meeting could affect the rest of the meeting. Is there a requirement to actually take part in the confidential meeting as a member of committee or council?
Mr. Chair, if I understand the question, there is no requirement for a member of council to participate in an in-camera briefing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Okay, is the motion carried? Carried, thank you. So we will start the closed meeting in about 10 minutes to give staff time to clear the room. For councillors and staff who've been invited to join the meeting, there's a Teams meeting link that was sent out yesterday. And for the benefit of the public, we anticipate this in camera will be relatively brief. So we'll see you soon. Okay, we're going to start in a minute if everyone could take their seats. Okay, we do have quorum, so we're going to continue here. So we've just come out of a in-camera meeting. Let the record show that the joint meeting went in camera to receive and consider a confidential legal briefing from external legal counsel related to the root cause review and the status of the implementation of the maintenance settlement agreement. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and to litigation or potential litigation. There were no votes taken during the in-camera session other than to give direction to staff or to deal with procedural matters. So we'll now receive the staff presentation on their report on this item, and this is item 5.1, cartridge bearing assembly review, and I'll turn it over to René Amilcar to introduce us.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank you
morning,
for being here
everyone.
today. So I will ask Richard Holder, who's working with me, to provide a very, very short summary, and then we'll ask RTG to provide his update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bonjour, Mesdames et Messieurs les conseillers. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour
We are
faire le
here
point
today
sur le travail
to
d'analyse des causes
talk about the
mesures
deep causes and the corrective measures underway.
We're just having a few technical difficulties. It just might be a moment.
Petite difficulté technique.
Okay, thank you.
Merci.
So today we are here to provide
Alors voilà, nous allons faire une mise à jour sur le travail qui a été fait pour régler le problème de l'assemblage ou de l'ensemble de roulement cartouche pour en déterminer les causes profondes et les mesures d'atténuation. Je vais donc vous faire un survol de ce qui a été fait. Oh.
I will also describe the physical changes to the infrastructure that have occurred in response to the bearing issue, and I will describe the path to achieving the reliable and sustainable service that passengers expect and that are in line with the performance requirements of the contract the city has paid for. I am also joined today by Nicolas Truchon from Rideau Transit Group, who will walk through a detailed update on work done by RTG, their findings and next steps. Next slide, please. As a reminder of the background, there were 3 major incidents that occurred from 2021 to 2023 related to issues with the cartridge bearing assembly. The first event occurred on August the 8th, 2021, due to an axle issue that caused a train to derail with no passengers outside of Tunney's Pasture Station. The second event occurred on July the 21st, 2022, when unusual vibrations were reported and a severely degraded axle hub was found. The third event occurred on July 17th, 2023, when service was suspended following a routine inspection that found excessive grease on a hub. Throughout that time, we have worked with RTG to ensure that appropriate containment and mitigation measures are in place, ensuring that Line 1 remains safe for our customers and our staff. Next slide, please. I have used this flowchart previously to hopefully clarify the different streams of work that are progressing to ensure safe and reliable service is maintained while the permanent sustainable solution is achieved. This work can be separated into 2 different streams. On the top of the screen is work stream 1, which is RTG's mitigation plans, and on the bottom of your screen is the work stream number 2 that shows the flow of investigative work, tests, reports, and analysis that will help determine the root cause and inform the corrective action plans. For work stream 1, the containment plan that we have previously discussed is still in place. Inspections are occurring at regular intervals using the pry bar test, the back-to-back wheel measurements, and backlash measurements to ensure all axles in service are fit for purpose. Early axle replacements continue, and temporary speed restrictions still apply to several curves with tight radii. In terms of mitigation measures, work continues assessing the feasibility of using onboard condition monitoring devices and automatic back-to-back wheel measurement instrumentation. Installation of gauge face and top-of-rail friction modifiers is well advanced, and last year a summer rail grinding program was completed. We have also added the recent nut pinning mitigation that was discussed back in October, and we will hear more detail on all these initiatives from RTG shortly. For Workstream 2, the major investigative reports have been received and are being analyzed. Several corrective actions are still being considered, but significant progress has been made with restraining rail gap management. As we will see later, there is still work to be done before we achieve the final solution. Next slide, please. There have been various technical reports that have been received since October. Alstom has provided, through RTG, their report on the 3rd instrumented axle test campaign. Alstom, through RTG, has provided their root cause analysis report. RTG has provided a draft National Research Council report. This includes a review of the simulations used by Alstom in the design of their vehicle, coefficient of friction measurements in Ottawa, and rail-based measurements of wheel-rail forces. RTG has provided a report from their engineering experts, JBA, that reviewed the Alstom root cause analysis. And finally, the city has also engaged its own experts, Mott MacDonald, to undertake a review of the Alstom and RTG reports. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, I want to provide more details on key areas. As we've shared before, there's been a lot of work on restraining rail gap management, and important progress has been made. RTM, the maintainer, working within the consortia with RTG, has made the necessary modifications in the field to ensure the correct gap is maintained with the restraining rail, and there is no contact between the restraining rail and the back of the wheels of the train. The modifications include bracket stoppers, which maintain the restraining rail in the no contact position. RTM will continue to monitor the restraining rail gap and assess the performance of the brackets in response to seasonal changes in temperature. Next slide, please. Moving on to the top of rail friction modifiers, we can say that this is a common system used on many rail lines, predominantly to reduce noise and vibration. This system is triggered to discharge a measured amount of lubricant on the top of the rail as a train approaches. The wayside equipment is powered by solar panels, and this has helped with the challenges of installation. The commissioning of the system was successfully completed, and there have been 21 wayside lubricants installed at specific above-ground locations across Line 1. There are 10 additional locations to be installed in the tunnel section of the downtown. Once all wayside lubricants are installed, an instrumented bogey test will be conducted to ensure the correct friction coefficients are applied across Line 1. Next slide, please. At the update in October, we had talked about nut pinning measures. The city received a formal proposal from RTG to implement this measure, and subsequently a quality assurance program was conducted. RTG has now installed this measure on the motor bogies of 30 trains, and this work will continue for several months as the trailer bogies also require the same installation. Once all this work is completed and the required safety validations are done, the replacement of nut-pinned axles could increase the life cycle of an axle to 400,000 kilometers. Thank you, Chair. I will now hand it over to Nicolas Truchon from RTG.
Thank you, Richard. Chair Gower, members of the Transit Commission and the LRT Subcommittee, good day. We're pleased to be here today to provide an update on where we are with the current situation, as well as discuss our current understanding of the issue, and more importantly, provide you with an update on next steps. If you want to move to the next slide, please. We'll just wait for logistics to come in. I do not wish to be redundant, and many topics have already been addressed by the presentation by Richard. We do cover similar grounds, so if that's okay, I'll probably process through the slides diligently. So what we have on the agenda is details about the root cause and the work that's being done, the theories and the discrepancies that we have between the various experts, the approach that RTG is deploying to resolve the issue, as well as the mitigations actions we're undertaking in the meantime, as well as an update on the real-time monitoring, which is also an element that we are deploying in parallel. Next slide, please. It's been thoroughly communicated. We're dealing with a situation where the lateral loads, which is the forces that are generated as the vehicle travels on the infrastructure, exceed the design loads that have been estimated at the design phase. That's the current phenomenon that we're working on. In last May, about a year ago, day for day, we received a set of recommendations from Alstom about how we should go about resolving the situation. The recommendations can be summarized in 5 different families. The first one, and probably the most significant one, is the friction coefficient management, and that's addressed through top of rail, and we have further details on that. There was also concerns about restraining rail contact and the potential damage this could create to the bogie and to the cartridge itself, which is also something that we've addressed. There was also some concerns about track stability in high temperature, what we refer to as heat kinks during the very high temperature situations. There were concerns about reducing rail wear and corrugation, as well as an underlying concern about the effectiveness or the performance of our current wheel-to-rail interface. In February, we received a detailed root cause analysis from Alstom, which effectively confirmed that the current vehicle design was fit for purpose, and that the root cause for the high lateral loads was effectively at the wheel-to-rail interface level. And we have a couple of slides on this to get into more details. Next slide, please. So obviously, RTG has been doing quite a bit of work over the last 12 months, reviewing the Alstom recommendations, as well as the Alstom root cause report. Our objective is to understand the dynamics, and you need to understand that this is a complex mechanical system, and that requires a detailed understanding, and it requires obviously the input from experts, which is why we went, instead of relying on our own internal expertise, and it's not because we do not have the internal expertise, we deliberately decided to seek the help of competent, recognized industry experts to help us navigate through the recommendation and the understanding of the problem. This is why we went to National Research Council to provide input. Through National Research Council, we're looking for leading industry expertise, a detailed understanding of complex mechanical dynamics in the railway environment. We've also solicited the assistance from James Boyle and Associates, which is an independent consulting firm with leading edge expertise in troubleshooting and resolving issues with respect to railways. You will recall James Boyle and Associates were consultants that did initial work for the city in the early days of the system. And on the basis that we all recognize their expertise and their ability to provide valuable advice in problem solving, we effectively brought them on board to help us into the organization to address some of the early days issues that we've had. Considering this issue with the cartridge bearing assembly, it felt natural to go back to James Boyle, considering they were a credible, knowledgeable expert that had expertise that was recognized both from the city as well as from RTG. In addition, in order to gain additional data in what I would refer to as places where we felt data was lacking, we did proceed with our own set of independent testing. Some of that testing is documented in the NRC report, and I will cover that further in the presentation, but also in terms of actual cartridge teardowns. We've not only teared down cartridges that were damaged, we tore down also cartridges that were the matching twin, so the other cartridge on the other end of the axle. And those teardowns did provide additional information that is effectively being looked at and will be discussed between Alstom and ourselves over the coming weeks. Next slide, please. So we received the report from GBA, a consolidated report, about 10 days ago. That report has been shared with the city, has been shared with Alstom. We have discussions lined up for next week to deal with questions that may arise from the review of the report, as well as some of the findings and the additional clarifications. But using that report, we effectively want to move on to the next step and engage in actual discussions on the vehicle dynamics and the axle redesign. We needed that report to have constructive conversations about the phenomenon and the issue, the mechanical elements of it. And while everybody seems to have concluded about an axle redesign as a concept, now we need to get into the specifics and see especially what is it we need to change with the axle to deal away with this issue. So my objective for today's presentation is to provide you an update on the mitigation measures, because we know an axle redesign is a couple of years away from deployment, and we've been transparent about this. The axle doesn't exist. I will confirm the axle doesn't exist. It needs to be designed It needs to be researched, it needs to be tested before it can be safely deployed to meet the acceptable standard of a public transit system. So I need to emphasize that. But in the meantime, it doesn't mean that we're sitting on our hands. We are effectively, proactively deploying measures that we know are beneficial to the system. And this is what I want us to focus on today. Next slide, please. This is for reference purposes. It's to illustrate the number of participants into the discussion. The city has its experts, and we welcome their input. RTG has solicited their experts, but there's also the involvement from Alstom and their suppliers, as well as their own independent experts. Next slide, please. This is there just in case I need to refer to it in the presentation if we have detailed discussions. So maybe we can move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the evolution of the understanding, and I will call this zero in, started from a broad concept of the design of the track or the infrastructure that went to the system generating the lateral loads. And in February, in the Alstom root cause report, Alstom concludes that it's at the wheel-to-rail interface level. So obviously, we're zeroing into the environment, the maintenance environment that the system is effectively performing into. What's really important to emphasize, and I will address this later in the presentation, is wheel-to-rail interface is a general umbrella concept, and it deals away with the design, or what we refer to as the nominal condition, but also needs to take into account the operation or the maintenance as the system is going to wear out. So obviously, there are design parameters going in, but there are effectively how the system wears out, because we're talking about a steel-on-steel contact. So there is going to be wear on the rail. The way the rail is going to wear is also relevant, because over time, we will reach what we refer to as conforming profiles. And that's effectively what needs to be looked at in order to be in a position to improve the wheel-to-rail interface. Next slide, please. So this essentially summarizes the Alstom root cause. These are slides, I believe, that have already been seen with this group. We see a progression where we refer to as a fatigue mode. So the theory that's being put forward is it's wear within the inside of the cartridge that leads the cartridge to lose what we refer to as preload. And preload is the compression that holds the cartridge together, because it's meant to be a fixed element, and the dynamic element comes with the bearings. So the failure mode identified through this analysis suggests a fatigue mode. So it's wear of the cartridge over time. What we refer to effectively as radial wear, so the wearing of the inside of the components that are connected with the axle, and effectively moves into axial wear and loses what we refer to as the preload, which is the compression, and it's the loss of the preload that leads to the unscrewing of the nut. This theory is based on evidence of inspection of worn cartridges and components that have been recovered following the incidents that we've had. But it does not answer, I believe, two very simple basic questions, which is, why is it that an axle can wear at 70,000, generate axle play at 70,000 kilometer, where others can go all the way up to 400,000? And that, we think, is a relevant question. The second question this does not answer is, how can two cartridges, which are matching twins, sitting on the same axle, when we're effectively dismantling them, don't show the same wear? And I think this is also a relevant question. I like to keep things simple. So and these are, I think, questions that are concerns to GBA and things that they've been investigating and observing with respect to the data, and which has led them to maybe suggest an alternative theory, which is on the next slide. So I do not want to confuse everybody with spindle, inner bearing, tab washers, and spacers, but ultimately, there's another explanation that's on the table that's been documented that we need to effectively have conversations with Alstom. That explanation takes root into the observations that have been made through the data that's been collected independently. So that's an ongoing discussion. I do not know what the conclusion is, but I need experts to conclude. We collectively need experts to conclude because this will be informing next steps. And this is what we will be working on over the coming weeks once all the parties, city included, has had a chance to review the analysis, share it with their own expert advisors, and effectively reach a collective understanding of this failure mode. Next slide, please. One very important point that needs to be emphasized is GBA was in town in July during the shutdown. We didn't plan it, but it happened as it was. So they've had a full, unrestricted access to the track and the infrastructure. They're professionals, combining over 40 years of railway experience in 2 continents, okay, have had an opportunity to inspect every tie, every switch, every frogs, everything with respect to the infrastructure, and they've put together a comprehensive report. That comprehensive report obviously details things that are related to the issue that we have, but also other findings with respect to the condition of the infrastructure. But what's really important, and I must emphasize this, their conclusion is that they have not seen anything on the infrastructure that explains the level of damage that we're seeing on the vehicle. Now, can the infrastructure be improved? Of course. This is a system at that time that has 4 years of wear. I know it's still early stage, and there are things that, wear out, are within the maintenance threshold. They need to be addressed. You will not allow these things to go on, but it's all within the maintenance parameters. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the root cause, and this graph is particularly insightful. So let me walk you through it because it can get a little confusing. Okay, what we see in the various lines, all the lines except the red line, are the forces measured on each of the bogies. Okay, we know we have 5 bogies on our vehicle, depending on passenger loading. Okay, and that's really important because lateral loads are not created by themselves. Lateral loads are a function of vertical loads. Vertical loads is the weight of the vehicle, but it's also what's in the vehicle in terms of passenger loading. So the blue line is what we refer to as AW0, and that's an empty train. AW1, okay, is a train with passengers in all the seats. That's around 120 people. AW2 is a train which we would consider comfortably fully loaded. Let me explain that. So passengers in all the seats, and then 4 people per square meter. 4 people per square meter is quite tight. But this system has seen AW2 in a couple of instances on select moments, potentially during rush hour, for a specific period of time. But at the end of the day, it's not during the full term of the operation, and it's not consistently for all stations at every hour of the day. AW3 is a conceptual loading, and that's no longer 4 people per square meter, it's 6 people per square meter. That is a very tightly squeezed train, and that's not something that anyone is comfortable in. But that bumps up the number of passengers to about 454. The red line is what we understand to be the fatigue load. The fatigue load is the design load with respect to the cartridge. And the design load is, when we refer to fatigue load, it's a mechanical concept. It's been explained to me multiple times. But it's effectively the load that needs to be sustained over 10 million cycles before we get to any meaningful damage. I don't want to oversimplify things, and probably engineers might want to correct me, but that's the way in my simple mind I've been able to understand it. So what we're trying to do here is find a way to shift the colored lines instead of the red line down. If we reduce lateral load, we create a gap with the design limit. And the other way to deal with the issue is to increase the red line, and redesign is one of the options, to create, again, additional margin. But what's really important to emphasize is not all axles are not all bogies are subjected to the same level of force. And the reason for that, it has to do with the way the train travels through the track. The way the dynamic movement of the train, the way it positions itself into the curve. Some wheels are having more forces. We know the wheels on the high rail, which are the one on the outside of the train when they go into a curve. Those wheels are effectively taking the bulk of the issue as a result of physics. But there are also other forces in how the vehicle navigates through the curve. And that's what we need to focus on. The other interesting finding, okay, is that the motor bogies, and then that's MB1, MB2, MB3, those bogies are the ones that have the gearbox. They have also the motors. Those bogies are heavier than the trailing bogies. The trailing bogies are just mechanical. And those bogies are also the ones that are generating the most forces. So again, that's something we need to drill into. I do not want to create engineers out of you, but I think it's important to bring this back to simple concepts so we understand what we're dealing with. The interesting thing is the most failures we've had, and when I'm talking about failures, I need to put some relativity. We're talking about axles that have failed the axle plate test. They haven't failed, they haven't derailed, it's just, they've lost this compression that I was referring to previously, and that compression is really, really critical. So we have tests to identify that loss of compression, and when the vehicle fails the test, we effectively take the vehicle out, we replace the cartridge, and we redeploy the vehicle afterward with a brand new one. But we've also seen failures in bogies that are not exposed to the fatigue limit. And that's also relevant to the conversation. And that's something we need to understand in order to inform any redesign effort. Next slide, please. So with this theory and the forces on the bogie, we went to the NRC and we said, what can we do about this? So how can we know better what's going on and understand friction coefficient and what that means? So with the NRC, we went to one of the curves 280, and that curve 280 is between Tremblay and Saint-Laurent. That's the part I think everybody is concerned about. And curve 280, we installed some equipment that measured the lateral loads, not on the leading bogie, on all the wheels. So as trains drove by, we took load measurements for every one of the wheels on the train, on the high rail and the low rail. This graph here is just the high rail ones, because the low rail shouldn't have much forces, but we do have the data, and that data is being fed into the analysis. But it's also helping us to understand the level of forces that we see on each axle. And I do not want to call on your knowledge of statistics, but we've effectively have data for every train that traveled that track over 2 months. So we have sunny days, we have rainy days, we have frost, we have all kinds of operating condition. And what you see in the bar charts are effectively the distribution of the measurements that we've taken in terms of lateral loads. And we're emphasizing axle 1, which is the leading axle, and we know that's the wheel that takes the most forces. And those measurements we've also taken for for all of the other wheels. But what's really important and there's a couple of things that are relevant to this conversation, is number one, you see it's not an even distribution. Okay, there's a bip to the left so there are situations where we have much lower forces. Why is that? That's because of weather. Rainy days makes the rail easier, lowers what we refer to as the friction coefficient, and effectively makes it easier on the train. The other thing that's relevant from this analysis is curve 280 is interesting because it has a 4% slope. So when we're traveling, I just want to get this right. If we're traveling eastbound, okay, the train is effectively going downhill. So a 4% slope going down. And when we're traveling westbound, it's effectively having a 4% slope up. Well, we see that this has a significant impact on the data because the forces are about 2/3 when it's traveling downhill than when it's traveling uphill. So again, so that tells us a couple of things, is not all curves are equal. There may be a couple of curves that are most problematic. We know that the forces are higher on the leading and trailing bogies. We confirmed that, but it's also very variable with respect to the environmental condition and some measure of geometry. Next slide, please. So how we're approaching the problem. So we know we have excessive lateral loads, so that's fine, that's the problem, and there's technical evaluation that validate that. But what's really important is we need a consensus. And that's what we need. That's on my to-do list. That's my priority number one for the next coming weeks, is to get to that consensus. But what are we doing in the meantime? So we have safety mitigation measures, okay? And these have been well communicated by the OC Transpo team. We have temporary speed restrictions, which we are constantly reevaluating. We also have proceeded with the nut pinning, and that nut pinning has its benefits. We're also dealing with the frequency of inspections, so trains are coming in to be looked at on a more frequent basis than what would be the normal. And we're also looking at the replacement of cartridges, so we do not want to have old cartridges. We are trying to keep the fleet with fairly new cartridges, and that's why we have a mileage limitation, which will move as the more and more of the fleet is deployed with the nut pinning. But in terms of short-term initiative, what we can action. So we can action friction coefficient, which we've done with top-of-rail lubrication. We've also actioned the restraining rail adjustment, and we've also, at the same time, planning a ballast campaign to action the recommendation with respect to track stability in high-temperature events. So these are short-term mitigations. If all goes according to plan, everything's going to be done before the end of the year. But we also, in parallel, are working on longer-term initiatives, and that is vehicle modifications. And I've deliberately stayed vague about axle redesign per se. We're talking about vehicle modifications, because if we want to start looking at ways to reduce lateral loads, we need to move away from the cartridge. The cartridge doesn't generate the load. The cartridge suffers the load. So we need to go back to what's generating the load, and that's the discussion we need to have. The same thing, we have an ongoing project with respect to wheel-to-rail interface. We have recommendations from the National Research Council on ways we could optimize the wheel-to-rail interface. These need to be further discussed, and it needs to be fed by data from the actual wear patterns that we have, and there's a number of considerations about that. And also, at the same time, we're working on onboard monitoring, which we think is also would be a desirable improvement. Our challenge with onboard monitoring technology is the technology doesn't exist, so we need to create that technology, and we need to have, in order to have a product that can be commercially deployed, and what we refer to as industrialized, so deploying on the fleet that provide reliable data. But we're working on that. And then there's also two other recommendations which have been put forward by Alstom. There's a recommendation about harder rail, and I have comments about this on how we see harder rail and how that plays into the mix, and also the extension of the restraining rail. And the extension of the restraining rail needs to be seen in the context of track stability in high temperature. There's other considerations with respect to extending the restraining rail, but when we're focusing on what the problem is lateral loads. So how does restraining rail could potentially impact lateral loads? It's providing additional rigidity to the track or to the assembly of the tie to better deal with the variation of steel expanding in the highest temperature event. So the rail kinks that we were referring to previously. We can move to the next slide, please. So obviously we have the Alstom investigation that's ongoing. We have this independent validation, which we think is fundamental. We need to bridge the gaps, and that's going to be driving the mitigation actions, but also the preliminary initiatives that Alstom's been working on with respect to the cartridge reinforcement or the new design, potentially an axle beam redesign, but also other initiatives that I think GBA would like to explore with Alstom about what we refer to as the bogie yaw damper, which is a rigidity element, how the bogie navigates with the car body and how the two effectively stay together in a dynamic environment as the vehicle travels the track. The track gauge, the wheel profile, the wheel hardness, as well as the overall bogie dynamics. You know, we have some preliminary data from Alstom about, you know, the new cartridge redesign. Their preliminary tests suggest they can improve the 42 to 49 based on simulation. I don't know if 49 is enough. That's the discussion we need to have. And where do we go if we need more? Do we need more? These are the kind of discussions that we need to have, agree on before we can commit to an actual redesign on what needs to be redesigned. And that's the essence of the delay, not the delay, but where we are in the conversations and what will need to be progressed over the coming weeks. Next slide, please. I won't go into much details. Richard did cover that in his slide. So net pinning is in deployment. We have, I believe the progress to date is about 50% of motor bogies, which are the ones that are the most problematic. But we're also working through all the axles to effectively have a fully pinned fleet by the time we get to the fall. So that's an activity that's ongoing. No concern about supply. You know, we're progressing with respect to the net pinning. Net pinning for us is fundamental. That's working on the attachment, okay? And we know that nut pinning is the catastrophic failure. Sorry, not pinning, not unscrewing is the catastrophic failure, because then it lets all the components move and creates the kind of damage about wheel separation that we've seen in the LRV-19 derailment. Nut pinning reinforces the attachment of the nut, but it needs to be, it is a safety improvement that's being deployed to allow us to continue where we are with the safe operation of the fleet. Next slide, please. So again, covered by Richard. So top of rail lubrication, we've selected a system. We've also selected a product. We have 21 units operational, and we've been getting experience from them. It's a calibration exercise. You know, too much lubrication could create other problems. So obviously it's constantly monitored, and we are gathering data, but we're also supported by a leading industry expert. So that provides us a lot of comfort. The testing that was done by Alstom in their analysis suggests that nut pinning could reduce lateral loads by 35 to 45%. That's not insignificant, okay? 35 to 45%, that's effectively reducing all the bars by a significant amount and creating some margin. The challenge we have with top of rail lubrication is it's an external system. It's not entirely fail-safe. The units could go offline. They will need to be maintained. So that's, you know, it's a desirable improvement, but it's going to need a lot of attention. And we do not believe we can operate safe on a long-term sustainable basis with this modification alone. So that's where the hesitation is. But short-term improvements, we'll validate that through the instrumented bogie test that we're scheduling over the coming weeks. We'll be able to compare data on loads measured with the data gathered in prior tests, and we'll be able to see if we are effectively witnessing the 35 to 45% improvement. But at this point, you know, that is a positive improvement to the situation. Now, the other thing that's important, and maybe it's relevant for the next part of my presentation, is top of rail is usually deployed to address corrugation on the low rail. Well, so with top of rail lubrication, that should slow down the corrugation phenomenon that we've been observing on the track, and will help us mitigate that phenomenon. It's not going to eliminate it. Corrugation happens on all railways, but if we can slow it down, then that might help us in terms of the frequency of grinding, and back to René's main concern, avoiding service interruption through shutdowns, because grinding needs access, and that's not something we can do with 2 hours a night. Also, the interesting part, and effectively when you go through industry literature and marketing material from product suppliers, benefit number one is corrugation, benefit number two is noise reduction. So obviously we'll be measuring with the above ground units some of the benefits we could have in terms of noise reduction, but we think that's also an environmental improvement for people living next to the alignment. Next slide, please. So restraining rail contact, again, covered. I don't want to overly discuss this one. We've took immediate action. We've not only addressed the contact, but we've also made the necessary changes to the fastening system so that we have enough margin to adjust the restraining rail as the rail gauge, and that's the wear of the rail, is going to increase over time. So now we have enough flexibility to adjust the restraining rail to address any contact situation. And we're also going to be doing an inspection regime to keep that top of mind in terms of making sure that no contact can be sustained throughout all cycles of temperature. And in fact, we have some additional testing scheduled for this summer to validate the geometrical patterns with respect to the restraining rail in higher temperature environment, as the rail is going to be expanding with the warm temperature in July. Next slide, please. The track stability in high temperature that I was mentioning previously. Track stability starts with ballast. We have a good portion of the alignment that is ballasted track. We've done a campaign in summer of 2021, and we have another one scheduled for this fall. It helps stability, but also at the same time, ballast consolidates. So over time, ballast will settle. Ballast will get crushed with the loads of the train, so that's why we need to top it up. We need to add ballast so that we continue to maintain the functionality of ballast. The interesting thing is, I'm not going to say we've had two good summers over the past 2 years, but the last 2 summers we haven't seen the same level of sun kinks that we were seeing back in 2020, in the summer of 2020. So some will say the weather, probably that's a factor, but others would also say track has consolidated, it's stabilized, now we need to top it up, but hopefully the bulk of the sun kinks we were dealing with are behind us now. If we continue to have heat kinks, and we will have heat kinks, but we'll continue to deal with them the same way any other railway does. We'll put a speed restriction, we'll send a crew at night, we'll make the necessary adjustments, and if we continue to have problematic locations, well, we've bought a full set of lateral restraint plates that are sitting in the warehouse. We bought them back in 2020, and that's exactly what they need to do. You know, if we have sun kinks, we'll deploy lateral restraint plates, which is the recommendation we've had from 2020, and we will continue to address sun kinks on a location-by-location basis. There's other ideas out there. You know, we could paint the rail. That is something other properties do, and something we could also explore. So there's a lot of things in the toolkit that we can deploy to address sun kinks if the issue comes back. And we're ready for that. So I just want to emphasize that. Next slide, please. When we talk about rail wear and corrugation, as I mentioned previously, the rail wear is normal. Corrugation is a natural phenomenon that every railway needs to deal with. However, what's important is rail hardness is the passive element that takes the active element from the wheel going in. And so if we replace harder rail with the rails with harder rail, that's only going to change the wear rate. It's not going to change lateral loads. It's just going to create a change on the speed at which the rail is going to wear. What's important is flange lubrication. That's the flange that we dispense from the vehicle, which is a system that we've been improving over the past year, and we have a new deployment that's scheduled in the coming weeks, is the most effective method to reduce gauge wear in curves. Top of rail lubrication will help us mitigate the corrugation issue. So before jumping to conclusion and stripping down track, let's see how those two things perform first and assess whether or not that's a problem. Next slide, please. When we talk about harder rail, obviously there's a difference between the hardness of the wheel and the hardness of the rail. Our wheels on our trains are harder than the hardness on of the rail. Harder rail is a legitimate improvement initiative and one that we will be contemplating, okay, when we get to the time to replace the rail. Harder rail is allowed under our contract, and the rail that we have right now is also allowed, and it's also part of the standard, industry standard. So we do not have an exceptional situation here. We just have a product that's been selected through the interface between the engineering joint ventures and Alstom at the design phase. If we want to change our views with respect to harder rail, we're perfectly allowed to do so, but that doesn't mean we need to strip down the rail. The other consideration that's important to emphasize is harder rail, okay, comes with its own set of challenges in terms of rolling contact fatigue, increased wheel wear. So by solving one problem, we may create another. So that's also something we need to take into consideration. What we are working on right now is a review of the wheel hardness. Wheel hardness, we replace wheels much more, we should be replacing wheels, and it's easier to replace wheels than it is to replace rails. So that is something that we're looking at the Wheel to Rail Interface Committee. So there's different ways of achieving the same outcome, which is essentially where I'm trying to go with this. Next slide, please. So the famous wheel to rail interface that we've all been hearing about. Wheel to rail interface starts at the design phase. Okay, at the design phase, we select the rail profile and we select a wheel profile. And we run simulations and data to see how the wheel is going to contact on the rail based on the alignment. And different systems behave in different ways. What works in Vancouver might not work in Ottawa. What works in Ottawa might not work in Calgary. So every system has a different vehicle, and the different vehicle and how it interfaces with the rail is unique to that system. In Ottawa, interestingly enough, we have what we refer to as a train-tram concept. I don't know if you've heard that before, but we have a tramway combined with a train. What I mean by a tramway is when we're into downtown and navigating through the curves of Herdman and the tunnel, we behave as a tramway. And when we get outside, and well, we will go outside of the existing alignment with the stage 2 expansion, we will have more of a train. Why is it relevant? Is in the selection of the wheel and the wheel profile that we take. So if you have a tramway is going to have what we refer to as conicity, a higher level of conicity with respect to the rail. That's, if you look on the graph to the left, that's the slope. So on the left, you got the flange, and then you have a fairly flat portion, while a higher level of conicity has a bit more of a slope to it. And you need that to better steer through curves. On the other hand, when you have a train, you are going to have a lower conicity level. Why? Because you want a vehicle's stability when you're running at higher speed. So wheel-to-rail interface, where I'm going with this, it's a compromise, okay? You give up on one end to take on the other hand. In our case, we have a wheel that has a lower conicity, okay? And we're pushing it through the curves. And that's one of the issues that we're looking at right now. Can it be improved? Of course it can be improved. So what we do, but can it solve all the problems? Well, we'll only know once we've completed the exercise. But at the end of the day, what we need to understand is when we move to operations, this is where a lot of parameters that cannot be estimated at design phase need to be factored into the equation. We need to look at the damage. We need to look at the wear on the wheel, the wear on the rail. We need to see which contact points we see, what were the contact points we were estimating at the design phase, what contact points are we observing in the field as a result of trains driving by. And these are all considerations that are being thrown into the mix. Next slide, please. So again, as I was mentioning, when the typical wheel-to-rail interface, and it's not unique to Ottawa, every railway does, and it's a project, it's a constant discussion over the full life of the project, because again, You change one parameter, it's an iterative process. You need to see what the impact is, and then you can change another parameter. But if you start changing too many parameters quickly and not validating them, then you might have counterproductive impacts. But it's an ongoing process, and it's iterative, and that's a process we're currently engaged in. But what's really important to emphasize is wheel-to-rail interface at this point, when we are in operation, it's mostly a maintenance consideration. It's trying to extend the useful life of your rail or mitigate damage that you would see on the wheel to effectively get longer useful life or spread the wearing patterns. You know, throwing a consideration about lateral loads is an additional constraint into the equation. It's not one that we see commonly. So again, that might give us some additional improvements. But I must emphasize, this is not something railway do on a continual basis. Wheel-to-rail interface is more of a maintenance consideration. Next slide, please. Which takes us to the real-time monitoring. You must have heard about the smart bugs that we were playing with a couple of months ago. We've tested smart bugs over a 9-month pilot program in operations. And we didn't get much meaningful data for the simple reason that we have effective safety methods. We pull out axles before they started, creating any meaningful data, and that's what we want. So when we came to that conclusion, we decided to move the testing to a closed lab environment to simulate the loads and the traveling of the vehicle. That required us to create a new piece of hardware at the NRC that we designed from A to Z to load it on their rig. And now the equipment's been commissioned, it's been operational, and we've been generating data. The good thing about it is we can take an axle with a lot of axle play and put it on the rig and see what the outcome is. What we are looking for is a signature. We need to understand what is it we're looking for in revenue service that's going to give us an early indicator that there is a problem, or at least there is a reason to pull out a vehicle. And that's what we've been looking for. But again, this is research and development. The problem we have with the current assembly is it's not easily accessible. Okay, it's underneath the vehicle. If you've seen a picture of the bogie, you will understand that you cannot visually inspect the cartridge. It's also an encased component, so we cannot visually inspect the internal components for damage. So we need to depend on alternative, what we refer to as indirect measures. Right now, we have a pry-bar test, which has proven to be effective in terms of identifying cartridges, as well as back-to-back measurements. But the visual inspection and access to the cartridge is and will continue to be an issue. So again, that limits our choices of technology. We've heard about heat detection. Well, heat detection, you need to point a sensor to a location, but if you can't see the location, it makes it pretty hard. So that's why we're looking at vibration, acoustics, and potentially displacement as alternative technologies. But again, I must emphasize, this is research and development. Next slide, please. So, however, sometimes you get interesting results. And we've identified a frequency, okay? We're not gonna pop the champagne yet because there's still a number of things that we need to validate, but we seem to have identified something which we will be drilling on further. And that's as much as I can tell you at this point. I cannot make any promises. I cannot give you any guarantees. I would love to, okay? But the technology we're looking for doesn't exist. The commercially available technologies out there are not compatible with the system and the design that we have. And that's the challenge we need to deal with on a regular basis. Next slide, please. And I'm wrapping up very quickly. So in terms of next steps, I've emphasized a couple of things. So top of rail friction modifier, check, done. Now we need to finalize the commissioning and testing. Restraining rail contact, check, done. Now we need to move the discussion to workshops on vehicle modifications with Alstom, and we're trying to schedule that next month, well, starting on Monday. I don't know when we'll be able to get the experts together, but we will certainly I will continue to personally push to get everybody at the table to have meaningful conversations. We are also scheduling a test for a fourth instrumented bogie test. And this time to validate the effectiveness of top of rail, which will be one of the parameters that's really important for us. We need, there's the simulations that have been done, there's the sample, the test that was carried out. Now we have an operational system, so we need to see what data this generates in every one of the curves, and to understand the effectiveness of the system and how it impacts or reduces the loads. We also have a grinding campaign, and I want to thank OC Transpo and the riders to give us the time to come in and do some work. We know it's disruptive, and we have sympathy if it's going to complicate your commute. But at the end of the day, a system needs maintenance, and this is work that we're effectively doing to make it more reliable. Through that campaign, we're also going to be dealing with ballast restoration, so the top-up of the ballast I was mentioning previously. And also, in the fall, we will tackle the deployment of the top-of-rail friction in the tunnel. That one needs access, and we'll be coordinating that. We might be able to get some early works done in July, which we will, in terms of electrical connection, but the availability of the equipment is not going to be in Ottawa in time to make it for the July shutdown in the tunnel. But we will continue to deploy that the same way we've deployed top of rail above ground in winter conditions, which were entirely optimal. And we'll continue to work on the early detection system and eventually get to a point where we get to the the resumption of full revenue service. So I think that is it.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. So there is a lot of information that has been presented today, but I would like to conclude just with a couple of slides, please. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is a visualization of the path to return to full service. We currently have a system in place for managing the restraining rail gap, and the top of rail lubrication system is being deployed. The track ballast and grinding work will be done in October, and the nut pinning is being applied to the whole fleet. Concurrently, there are several highly technical reports that are under review, and more are still to be finalized. At each step of the way, our engineering team and outside experts are reviewing all the information to ensure that the city is informed and agrees with any proposed corrective actions. As progress is completed towards having a system that performs, as outlined in the project agreement, there will be an opportunity to remove the temporary speed restrictions. However, TSRs will only be removed when our subject matter experts concur with RTG that there is sufficient evidence in the form of technical data from real-world test results that show that there will be no deterioration in system reliability and that the system is safe. Next slide, please. To conclude, any changes that we have talked about today will be applied to stage 2. In June, there will be further discussions between the city, RTG, and Alstom to discuss the technical reports and determine remedial actions that need to be advanced. As always, we will continue to communicate updates to members of council throughout this process. And before I finish, I just want to thank the technical team within the Train and Systems Group at OC Transpo, the operations team, the communications team, RTG and RTM, and all the experts for all the work that they've undertaken to date. Thank you, Chair, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. We do have a number of questions from councillors. Nicola, I just wanted to, I think you may have misspoke in one of the slides, and I want to make sure I heard correctly. It was, you had the slide up about top of rail lubrication, and I think I heard you say, perhaps mistakenly, nut pinning can reduce the lateral load, but I think you meant to say the lubrication.
I have misspoken, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the nut pinning does not reduce lateral loads.
That is not the intent of nut pinning.
Good, okay. We'll go to questions. Councillor Johnson, you have your hand up first? That's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I just wanted to get staff to help me understand some of the language in the report around the NRC's recommendation. So I can see at the top of page, no page numbers. All right, doesn't matter. High-strength rail should be swapped in for the existing 115 RE and tight curves. Rail replacement would normally occur when the rail is out of tolerance for the stand. What does rail replace, what does that whole bullet point mean? They're saying that high-strength rail should be swapped in, and it's just an observation that rail replacement would normally occur when the rail is out of tolerance, but they're suggesting in this case that they would suggest doing it. I just don't understand how it's framed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So we are aware that we have tight curves on the system in the vicinity of Herdman. When the vehicle is negotiating those tight curves, then there is a reasonable amount of wear that is occurring to the outside rail, so the upper rail of the track. So what that means is literally the rail itself is being worn away. It is being ground away. And so the normal maintenance regime is assessing that, is making a determination of when that particular piece of rail needs to be replaced. So we know it doesn't need to be replaced now, but we also know possibly within the next 10 years that some of those rails in those curves will need to be replaced. And we're not talking about massive amounts of work, but there's some substantial track replacement that would be required. When that occurs, when we reach the normal maintenance life of a particular section of curve, the recommendation from NRC is that we replace that steel of the rail with a different type of steel rail, a harder steel rail. At this point in the observations, there's not a recommendation for what type of steel rail to be used, because there are consequences depending on what type of steel is selected, but that's what that particular recommendation is referring to. And so NRC has discussed that technical recommendation, and other reports have also indicated the same recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So that does sound to me like it's in line with what Mr. Truchon was suggesting in your presentation, so that this is something that RTG is considering as a course of normal maintenance. It might not be something that you're looking to do to decrease lateral load, but that there are other reasons why we would make that replacement during a normal maintenance cycle.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The technical advice, what I think is irrelevant, the technical advice we're getting from experts is that replacing rail tomorrow will not change lateral loads. It's a maintenance consideration. Over time, as rail is going to wear, lateral loads will continue to evolve. They might continue to increase, but there is no direct correlation with the harder rail. It's simply a wear criteria. The technical, the maintenance threshold that we have is 10 millimeters compared to the original distance. The safety element is an additional 10 millimeters, so that's not a safety concern. But in terms of lateral loads, we are not nearing the 10 millimeters of wear that we have. And, you know, replacing rail with harder rail will not change lateral loads at this point.
Thank you, Chair.
Merci. On va passer maintenant à Conseiller Hill.
Councillor Hill now, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff and RTG for the presentation. I want to really focus on, I think, two things, and then I may come back on after. The first is the overall technical authority and safety regulatory framework that guides and governs the design decisions and then the operational safety decisions that are being made. And then the second thing I want to talk a little bit about is the root cause and how we've identified some of the solutions and some of the considerations for what will mitigate versus create a sustainable solution. From the perspective of authorities, so I've heard a number of recommendations and suggestions and comments on the way that RTG is looking to move forward in order to address some of the concerns and issues that came out from the LRT inquiry report, from some of the specific incidents that have taken place over the last 4 years, and much of it strikes me as ongoing research and development. We're flying the plane and building it in some ways. And I just want to be assured here when I look at things like adjusting the life cycling of axles to 400,000 kilometers, or making speed changes, or even, as simple as how many millimeters are going to go between a rail head and a restraining rail. Could you speak to the technical authorities that govern those decisions and assure me that we're not simply making this plan up as we go? Because a lot of what we're seeing is ongoing R&D based on best practices, and we're going to test something new and we're going to do something new. And I want to be assured that technical engineering is a linear process. 1 + 1 = 2 for a reason, and there shouldn't be opinion on that. So, I'll just pull out the issue on the decision to say the 400,000 kilometer standard on axles. What governs us to 400,000? Why are we not going to 300 or 500?
I'm sorry if there's an impression that we're building the plane as we're flying it. That's clearly not the way we operate. Whenever we do a change, it comes with careful analysis. It comes with detailed technical analysis. It comes with detailed engineering, and it comes with a detailed safety risk assessment. When we talk about adjustment to the restraining rail, that's based on engineering assessment. It's based on dynamic elements of the vehicle. It's based on parameters, and it's validated with the design authority with respect to the track. So if there is this impression out there, I don't believe it's correct. When it comes to the recommendation to extend the useful life of the axle, the cartridge has a theoretical useful life in excess of 1 million kilometers. We've been deliberately reducing and actively replacing cartridges way before their useful life out of an abundance of caution. Those parameters, they're driven by the independent safety assessment that's carried out by the vehicle provider, who's the design authority on the vehicle. So based on their analysis and their assessments, they come with recommendations in terms of their safety note. And it's up to all the parties to review those recommendations and satisfy themselves that they're prepared to endorse those recommendations. But it's the same way an automotive vehicle that would put a safety note is kind of a safety recall or a safety notice. And that drives how we operate and how we maintain the system. So, the 400,000 kilometer is the recommendation from the design authority on the vehicle based on their simulation and their detailed analysis, and that's engineering and safety assessment based on the review of the evidence and the simulations that they've done. Things could change, but at the end of the day, that's the current recommendation that's on the table.
So when you mentioned the restraining rail, so tell me, did we simply misrepresent what the technical specifications originally demanded for the gap between the restraining rail and the railhead? Or, what happened to cause that change then? If we followed the specification, then there should not have been a contact problem between the wheel and the restraining rail. So we've made amendments to fix this issue, but we clearly, what specification, what authorized the original design of that, and what then authorized and governs the analysis that we should be comfortable with that the current placement of the restraining rail is in a safe location?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. This is maintenance. You start with a condition, then the system wears, it ages. Over time, you need to monitor, inspect it, and adjust it where it's required. The situation with respect to the restraining rail and the concerns that have been made with respect to the restraining rail, they're from last summer. We never heard about the restraining rail before last summer as a point of concern. You know, the contributing role of restraining rail is still an open question between experts. There's a theory, and then there's the evidence. There's evidence that suggests that restraining rail contact is beneficial. So I wouldn't want to start, you know, the discussion on you know, what was the design intent. There's parameters that have been placed, that have been designed with respect to the positioning of the restraining rail, based on evidence that we've been reviewing. We've identified additional parameters about the dynamic movement of the vehicle that needed to be incorporated in the positioning of the restraining rail. Following the inclusion of those parameters, we concluded that the hardware that was installed was probably going to be problematic to be adjusted further down the road, as the rail gauge is going to continue to increase with wear, and we've made the necessary improvements. But all of this has been gone through detailed technical engineering assessment, and it's feedback from operations that are effectively going back to original design decisions, and it's adjustments like any other railways do.
Okay, on to my second point, which is about the root cause issue. You've mentioned the wheel-to-rail interface and the excessive lateral loads. And the solution sets that I see in here strike me as trying to address the symptom and not the underlying cause. Is it not the underlying cause that we want to see a reduction in the lateral loads, as opposed to dealing with solving the issue of lateral loads?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I can't say I disagree with you. We need to, it's a complex vehicle dynamics that needs to be carefully reviewed. The way the vehicle behaves into the curve, we believe, might increase the level of lateral loads over and above what should normally be expected. And that's exactly what we want to address in the technical discussions that we want to have with Alstom. You know, recommendations, solving the problem through infrastructure is not a recommendation that's supported by our expert. Our expert is effectively concluding that we need to look at the robustness, but also the dynamic elements of the vehicle as the solution. So I think that's the best I can tell you at this point, and that's the discussion. But you know, before jumping to the conclusion on the vehicle modifications, we had to go through all the discussion about the infrastructure. We've looked and we've done careful assessment of every recommendation that's been put out there. We've solicited the leading industry experts to help us make a guided decision. It's not us unilaterally pushing back on some of them. It's effectively backed by the findings and the advice that we've received from leading industry experts. So there's a lot of experience that comes into the analysis of those recommendations, and what we're providing you today is, you're fortunate, is the conclusion. It's not we've spared you the months of discussions and feedback in the back and forth. But we've carefully assessed every of the recommendations about the infrastructure. We've identified the ones that would be beneficial to the system, and we've effectively implemented them. The other recommendations are longer-term improvements, and we will continue to work on those. We're happy to review additional evidence that might get us to a different conclusion, but at the point that we are today, based on the evidence that we have, that we're putting forward what we think will help the situation.
So to speak to that, but also I have an inquiry that was reported back on today on the cant angles, and I think it's relevant to this article, so I will just ask a quick question on that as well. I know that going through those corners, much like NASCAR would have an inclined corner in order to make sure that going through at pace, there's an appropriate speed profile such that the vertical force on the mechanics of the vehicle system are moving through the system in the way it was designed to receive that force. And in the case of the car, or in the case of the train, that's vertically down through the wheel assembly hub. Is there a concern from your perspective that either the speed profile in those curves or the cant angle in those curves or the radius of those curves are not aligned in such a way that that we can, move this vehicle through those curves such that we don't continue to see excessive lateral forces through the wheel assembly hubs.
Surprisingly, colleagues of mine have told me ballast is alive. It's not, it's rocks, but it moves, it compresses, it crushes, it settles. Ballast, ballast in 2019 was perfect, or else we would not have reached completion. The system would not have been run into service. So with this reality, then there comes the wear pattern. Ballast settles, and ballast needs to be topped up. So yes, inspections identify current conditions and gap with the nominal, but we also have maintenance tolerance. And when there is something that approaches the limits of the maintenance tolerance or exceeds the maintenance tolerance, then it gets programmed to be addressed. So, at the end of the day, a cant deficiency of a couple of percentages should not create the kind of loads that we're looking at right now by itself. The system's been designed, it has maintenance tolerance, it needs to be addressed through maintenance, and that's what we're effectively doing.
Councillor, you have 12 seconds left, and I know you have a direction related to this. Do you want to introduce that right now, and then we can move on to our next speaker?
That's not a problem. I can do that, but I don't have it right in front of me. Can you put it on the screen or share the screen here?
We're bringing it up right now, I believe, or do you need a moment?
I don't need a moment if you bring it up.
You know what, Councillor Hill, we will come back to you.
Okay.
We'll make sure we have it in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll come back to you for that. Next, Councillor is Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It sheds a lot of extra light into what's going on, as well as, in some ways, actually helps us manage our expectations a little bit more as well. There are a few gaps in what I've seen, a few gaps in my knowledge, rather, that you've sort of imparted here. In one of the first, one of the things that you're talking about wear and tear, what strategies are there sort of to make sure the amount of wear and tear across the different wheels, across the different axles and bogies is evened out? Like, do we turn the trains around? Do we physically turn the trains around every so often, or things like that?
It's an open-ended question. We could talk about this for hours. That's why we have inspections. Inspections give us data about current condition. We have maintenance tolerance. We also track wear patterns and investigate when we identify wear patterns that are excess of what we would have expected otherwise. And that's fed back into the analysis. It's hard to identify, usually in order to track patterns, or you need data sets and you need data points. It's still a fairly young system. Some of the railways out there have been around for hundreds of years and they have hundreds of years of data. We don't have that. But we're effectively still tracking through inspections, collecting data and analyzing the data and sharing that data with the city as well and the OC Transport team in terms of reliability analysis. And it's not just about wheels, it's not just about rail, it's about systems, it's about components. And that's the day-to-day job that we do at RTM.
Are there any less sort of data-intensive strategies that help even out the wear? I'm thinking, like, when we change our tires in the winter, we automatically, most of us automatically rotate, the front to the back, or it's only that way, it's front to the back, things like that. There is a visual element for sure when you're looking at that, but sometimes it's just sort of in the back of your head to sort of spread out the wear spread of the stresses automatically. Your microphone's off.
Sorry, thank you for the question. Obviously, these are not our early days of vehicle maintenance. You know, our vehicle maintainer, Alstom, comes with, I would say, cumulative hundreds of years of experience maintaining vehicles. They understand what their vehicles are, and they effectively do the preventive maintenance that needs to be done to extend the useful life. I'm not sure if they rotate wheels like they would do on a car, but effectively there's a lot of know-how in their procedures and in their monitoring of the reliability and the wear of the components.
Okay, thanks very much. In the two charts where you were showing the kilonewtons in stress, I guess, at, I think it was the curve between Tremblay and Saint Laurent, does that curve have a temporary street restriction? And then if it does that have any bearing on the data that's presented? Because if the curve and the angle, the cant angle, et cetera, was designed for a certain speed of a certain rate of speed for trains to operate over, if we've artificially adjusted that, like, does that sort of distort the data? Does that pollute the data in any way in terms of trying to actually analyzing it?
Thank you for the question. Specific to the test we've done in curve 280, that curve was tested with regular revenue service, so with the speed restriction in place. There are, however, other tests that have been carried out by Alstom through their instrumented bogie, where we've carried those tests outside of revenue service hours, and we've tested different loads, we've tested different speeds, we've tested different wheels, we've tested a lot of things. But you know, we've shared openly the data with Alstom. They've reviewed the data, and it corroborates with the data sets that they have from a correlation perspective. But the curve with the red line is not the curve, is the curve from the safety note, and that's based on the data that was gathered by Alstom. The data on the other slides with the graph, that comes from the NRC analysis.
Okay, thanks. During the presentation, you had also mentioned that we sort of have a train tram, right? A system where, you know, certain sections more emulate a tram system with sharper curves and slower operation, whereas the rest is faster and straighter. In terms of how things like restraining rails, operations, like what would you say is the lower and maybe even the hardness of the rail, like that would usually be used in a tram system? What would you say is the lower common denominator? Like, should we, there's probably ways we can just change up and have different designs based on how that area operates, but the train doesn't change mid-service, right? So, like, should we design it based on the tram section, or should we sort of base more of these, you can clearly tell I haven't formulated this very well, but should we base more of this stuff on the train section? Like, what's the better common denominator when it comes to designing something that works for our system that just happens to have those two components?
I'll thank you for the question. Just gonna maybe state something. You know, cities that have had systems for many years, when there comes a time when they replace the vehicle, okay, when they replace the vehicle, they specified the infrastructure. This is the infrastructure that you have, this is the gauge, these are the curves, these are the slopes, and the vehicle is designed to meet those requirements. So at the end of the day, you know, the alignment, the infrastructure, these were all known going in.
Okay, no, that's fair. It was just a little curiosity that I had from one of the things you said there. The last two questions are sort of pretty simple, I think. Like, are there the top of rail lubricators? Are there any in-service checks to ensure that it is working? Like, is there a light? Do you train our operators to look for a little splotch of whatever?
That is it. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have, as part of the supply contract with the provider, we've requested that the provider takes away the first year of maintenance and will be shadowed by our team to effectively learn from the data they experience from the original equipment manufacturer. And then after 1 year, we'll reassess whether or not we extend or if we continue and transition the activity in-house.
And the last question is the nut pinning. I'm based on what it looks like, you're drilling either you're drilling a hole into the nut or something. Does that have any sort of impact on the overall integrity of the nut? Because we're taking away some of the material, right? However, you are still putting something in there to sort of act as the rest of the nut. But does that have any impact on the overall integrity of the nut?
I'm not an expert on the issue, but I understand that it's been thoroughly reviewed by detailed technical engineering and safety assessment, and that was not a concern that was highlighted.
Okay, understood. And that doesn't allow, and further to that, that there's no, like, you know how you said there's some microscopic play that over time was what led to the eventual failure. You know, when you cut something, you stick something in there, there's going to be a little gap. I mean, possibly a little gap. Is that understanding that you may not know the specifics? Is there a gap there that still allows for like that microscopic play? I don't know if that's the right word.
Thank you for the question. This is more, you know, the nut is pinned once the hub is assembled. Okay, so at that point, the whole integrity is in there. It's a final step into the assembly process. So I don't understand there is a risk for contamination by particles. But we're talking microns here. So at the point with the kind of torque that's applied on the nut, it's quite significant. The pins add additional robustness to the torque on the nut.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like you said microscopic, so I looked at microscopic as well. No, that's it. That's it for me, at least for now. Thanks, thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Alstom's indicated that a sustainable solution can be achieved without a redesign, and is not currently working on that initiative. Our report says the city has communicated to them the imperative for that redesign to recommence. So, Mr. Truchon, what authority do you have to ensure that Alstom recommences that work?
Thank you for the question. I think that's the elephant in the room. We have now an expert report that puts a number of recommendations on the table, and effectively disagrees with the Alstom recommendation that the problem can be solved through infrastructure. We've shared that report with Alstom, and I would expect them to re-engage and have meaningful discussions about the vehicle modifications. So the challenge is, they are the design authority on the vehicle. I cannot decide what modifications need to take place. We can have conceptual elements, but all the data, all the science, all the models, all the know-how and the engineering, that's all within their control. So we need to have discussions with them, and I'm very hopeful that they will engage, and that will inform the design decision with respect to where we go next steps in terms of vehicle modifications.
If they decide not to continue, as they're saying they're making that choice now, then what happens?
That's a good question. Well, I'll be able to answer when we get there.
And that's, when you say get there, that's the June meeting and the discussions from there?
We're having regular conversations with Alstom, and we will continue to have regular conversations with Alstom. And to a certain extent, we need to know what can be done on the vehicle so before we can confirm where we go with this.
When you say that, do you mean what kind of hard infrastructure changes that might be made to the rail if they're not making the changes to the train bogies?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So I guess if Alstom says that they're not going to make any changes, as they've said so far, does that change the decision on what might occur with the hard infrastructure the city of Ottawa has now?
Again, thank you for the question. We are not selectively choosing which recommendation we move forward. We're moving forward with the recommendation that have been confirmed by independent experts as beneficial to the system. So as far as we're concerned, we're implementing everything that needs to be implemented as far as the infrastructure goes. The concern that we have is these may not be sufficient to adequately deal away with the issue. And that's why we need to have discussions and detailed technical discussions, which are now going to be around a report that's been shared with them that asks some very precise question and has a very clear recommendation. So whether or not they decide to ignore the recommendation, that will be up to them to decide. And we'll react on that.
Just last month, the National Research Council backed the suggestion of a rail replacement in addition to what Alstom's recommendations were.
Thank you for the question. Rail replacement is one of the recommendations from Alstom. But again, as was explained previously, rail replacement won't change lateral loads immediately. It's going to change the wear pattern with respect in the speed at which the rail wears, but having new rails on this track tomorrow is not going to change the problem. And that's the technical advice we're receiving from leading industry experts.
When the NRC says that a rail replacement should occur, why do they make that recommendation?
Thank you for the question. That is not my understanding of the NRC report.
The Alstom report says that we should be hardening the rails on the curves, as I understand it. Does a realignment need to occur? Or is it simply just a hardening of rails infrastructure on those curves?
Thank you for the question. We are going to give Alstom the time to review the expert advice that comes from the NRC and the NGBA, and then give them the opportunity to react to the findings that are detailed in the observations and the recommendations. And if they want to revisit their recommendation, we're happy to sit down. But based on the evidence that we have right now, it doesn't seem that this recommendation is backed by evidence that will provide us the comfort that this is improving the system.
Does the city of Ottawa agree that the issue is not with the tracks, with RTG's assessment, that the issue is not with the tracks and that it is fully with the train redesign?
Thank you for the question. So I guess homing in on the first part of the questioning related to the NRC recommendation that the rail in the curves should be replaced, that's a snippet of information, but I think they go on to say it should be replaced at an appropriate time according to maintenance schedules. So their indication is not that replacement needs to be undertaken immediately, but at a time when the existing rail reaches its maintenance tolerances, that rail should be replaced with a rail which has a higher hardness of steel. So that's related to that component, that question. And then just generally, we have the opinion that there will be a suite of corrective actions that are going to be required to reach this sustainable solution, both on the track side, but also from a vehicle modification perspective. Exactly the combination and the extent and the timing, we're not in a position to be fully accurate about the timing when that should take place. What we can say is that a lot of work has been done on the recommendations that are clearly in the control of RTG right now to implement. So for instance, the top of rail friction modifiers, that equipment has been installed. There have been changes that have been made to the vehicle to allow for the deployment of gauge face lubrication. So there have been small modifications to the vehicle. The nut pinning exercise is a larger modification to the vehicle. So a lot of work has been done, but we are not currently in a position to say we can stop. We need the technical experts from RTG to bring forward to the city their conclusion, excuse me, and then our own city experts, our subject matter experts, will review that recommendation from RTG, and then they will provide the opinion to staff.
And on that solution that we're discussing, what authority does the city have under the project agreement or otherwise to ensure that that final solution that our own, I guess, experts say after reviewing the other reports is needed? What authority do we have to ensure it occurs?
It would be the city position that the sustainable solution is returning the whole system to a condition which meets the requirements of the project agreement. That would be the city position. Right now, our position is that because of the bearing issue, there are various elements of the project agreement that are not being met. There are various performance requirements where we would say that RTG is substandard. And it is the city's position, and we've clarified that with them several times, that RTG needs to bring the system back to a position where it's clear that the project agreement requirements are being met from a performance perspective.
And I guess here's the issue. There is no short-term, medium-term fix for residents, right? If OC Transpo and our partners, even if you decide to revive the axle bearing assembly fixes that we've talked about, how far out are we before that gets implemented onto a train? Let's say you're successful. You mentioned the June meeting in your presentation, Mr. Truchon, at the end of your presentation. Let's say there's some success there and there's an agreement. How long before that design moves to construction, to implementation onto those bogies? Like, what are we talking about?
Thank you for the question. I can only base back on the original timeline that was submitted by Alstom last fall. And we were talking about when Alstom, based on their design work, and their planning was contemplating a fully tested prototype ready for deployment, I think by the end of 2026, but I'm working from memory here. And then at that point, they would need to go in production and be deployed. I do not know how many weeks of delays we've had since they've decided to stop their design work. I am hopeful that there will be other modifications that could be identified on the vehicle that would have a much quicker deployment, but that's a conversation we need to have with them.
You mentioned the June discussion. Can you just give us more information, the public more information about the June meeting?
Yes, I'll try to answer. So when we communicated the GBA report to Alstom and the city, we've undertaken to make GBA available to answer questions from city, their city expert, and Alstom next week. And we've also communicated to Alstom the imperative to have a meeting in the very short term. We're hopeful that this meeting will take place in the coming weeks, and we're talking about the detailed technical discussion to have a constructive conversation about vehicle modifications. But no date has been committed. We've offered a couple of dates, but we're still trying to coordinate agendas at this point.
Yeah, and I guess the issue that the public is facing is that we have various companies passing the buck to each other about what the ultimate issue is, and a city who obviously is signed into a deal that's very difficult for us to maneuver within. And that's the problem we see with these deals often. And at the end of the day, what we're all looking for is reliable service that people can feel safe on. The derailment happened in my ward, and those are the things that people worry about in the future. Is we're passing the buck based on what the cost might be
to fix these things or what the actual fix is, and without that information, people don't feel safe and don't want to get back on that train, so we need that. How long is the shutdown supposed to be planned for in the fall? Is that, and why are we doing it in the fall and not the summer months?
Thank you for the question.
Chair, if you don't mind, we have detail on this question specifically. So if you don't mind, we can discuss when we'll start my GM update. We have full slides on that.
Okay, yeah, and if you can just make sure that in that we're addressing for how long and why October and not in the summer, that would be helpful.
Okay. Why October? Because doing work on infrastructure in the middle of July or in hot temperature is not a good idea. We need to put this in a position where the track is much more stable and have much more favorable environmental condition. And heat is a consideration, not to the employees working, but on the actual behavior of the steel. When we're talking about doing ballast, we're talking about, adding rocks, shaking the rail and stabilizing the ballast and tampering everything. That's not something that's recommended to be doing in the summer months. So this is why we're going to the window of October. In terms of duration, that's still, works are still being coordinated, and I believe Renee is going to be covering that.
And just my final question, Chair, is our legal costs to date on the issues we're dealing with? Do we have an update on how much we've spent outside of the initial project agreement that was signed on legal costs, legal fees? Is there an update from staff on the total amount we've spent?
Chair, we can come back with that. We don't have those numbers right with us.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of sort of high level to these two committees that are here, the Horgan report indicated that we were to make sure that there was much more information given to council about the operations and what was happening next. And, in my opinion, that is what is happening here. That is the purpose of this meeting, why both committees are here, Transit and LRT Subcommittee. So thank you very much to staff and to RTG for being here to give us the information that we are supposed to be getting. So that's one thing. One question I'm going to start with is just basic question. So currently the train right now is safe to be operating and for people to be riding it?
Yes, or else we wouldn't be operating.
Exactly. Okay. Very important question for us all to understand. So in the meantime, what's happening is there are, based on a number of different engineers' recommendations, some temporary measures being put in place while you come up with something that you can reach consensus on. My understanding is here you've got a number of engineering groups based on the report and what we've heard today, all experts that are not fully agreeing on what the consensus is for the redesign and for the long-term sustainable solution. But that is what is happening in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. We've been going on the recommendations from Alstom for a couple of months. They've been thoroughly reviewed. Every report, every page has been thoroughly analyzed. Dots have been connected. We've did additional testing on our own, collected our own data set, and we've shared all the reports with Alstom, and now we're in a position where we need to have an eye-to-eye conversation on what is effectively taking place.
Great. And so in your opinion, is this something that is quite common? I mean, our earlier colleague said, 1 + 1 is always 2. However, in my opinion, I think when a number of engineers get together to determine what the best solution is or the right solution is, taking into consideration all the conditions and finances, that there may be very differing opinions. Would you say this is a normal process of engineers getting together and determining who's right, who's wrong, whose is the best solution, who's maybe it's too expensive or too complicated or might take too long, that this is a fairly normal process?
Thank you for the question. I don't think costs is a consideration at this point. I think it's a technical discussion. That's what we're asking technical experts to answer. We're looking at the failure mode. Obviously, we weren't there when the failure took place. Okay, we're working with, it's a bit of forensic work to a certain extent. We're based on, and that's based on data that's been collected from the derailment cartridge, but obviously that cartridge was destroyed, so there was little to no data. We've been collecting data from cartridges that have failed the axle play. That's leading to the theories that are on the table. We've collected additional data from the teardowns. It's a scientific process and we need to follow the steps and connect the dots. And you know, based on the damage, that's suggesting a number of theories. But again, it's a closed component. We don't see it behaving in the live environment, but it's based on, you know, oh, this component is worn, this other component is not worn, where's the damage, what's the type of damage, and from there, the understanding of the forces and how this creates the failure mode. We need to understand the failure mode because that's going to drive the redesign. We may redesign to increase robustness, but if the failure mode is the transmission of loads to the nut that creates the nut to unscrew again, then we're nowhere near a completed solution. So when we talk about a redesign or when we talk about vehicle modifications, we need to understand what we're trying to fix here. And it's not just about increasing robustness. It's very simple from a conceptual perspective, but when you get down to the specifics, there's a number of components, there's physics in place, there's the behavior of the vehicle. It is a complex equation, or else we wouldn't be here today. It would have been solved a long time ago.
Yeah, I can see that. The one other thing you mentioned earlier on is you said, you know, there's definitely things that are happening in June, and then there's, you know, hopefully something that will happen by October, and then you said, and hopefully they'll have a solution by the end of the year. Can you just explain why you made that comment?
Because we need to get to a solution. So we're working against a very tight timeline, and we do not want to take more time than is necessary. There's been a lot of time to collect evidence, to do tests. Now it's the time to conclude.
The tight timeline being?
I'm sorry?
The tight timeline being?
As soon as we can bring the parties together to have those conversations. Now, there's been a lot of data, there's been a lot of reports, and you know, people have theories, they need to have discussions on, oh yeah, but how about this, how about that? It's, you know, let's not understate the level of time and effort that's required to reach a consensus on the failure and the failure mode. And then from there, that's going to be driving understanding what modifications could be done to the vehicle to resolve the issue.
Okay, fair enough. My last question is, I can't represent the tech park and not ask this, but in any of these conversations, is there any role for AI to be played in trying to figure out what the best design or what the problem is?
I would need to take that away. That's to be considered. I'm afraid I don't have a better answer than that.
Right, I'm not suggesting you put it into ChatGPT. I'm just saying that I believe that AI could maybe play a role. I don't know what your engineering firms are doing in that realm, but maybe something to think about. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, if we go the AI route, the question becomes who pays the AI and who is the AI accountable to, I suppose, to a degree. Thank you very much, Mr. Truchon, for being here. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. I have questions both to staff and to Mr. Truchon. Mr. Truchon, based on my conversation with OC Transpo, am I correct in assuming that RTG will be submitting its consolidated report to Council by the end of summer?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. First, I need to know what goes in the report. So if it's end of summer, if we have conclusion quickly, then it can be end of summer. If it takes a bit longer and goes into the fall, and that report will be issued once there is conclusion and visibility.
Well, this is, I guess, perhaps the question was best directed to staff, but this is the understanding I have with staff, that we will be getting a consolidated report, I believe, by the end of summer, and that the consolidated report will be a RTG's summary of the various findings. I just wanted to speak to that a little bit.
Chair, one of the things that we have said is when we will receive the consolidated report from RTG, we'll make it available because this is a public domain. And we have said that because many of you have asked about some draft reports, etc. So we said that when we will receive the consolidated report that RTG is supposed to deliver to us, and RTG is engaged to do so, but RTG hasn't commit if it will be this summer or in July, in September. We don't have any formal date, but we know that we will make it available.
Okay. Can I speak a little bit to the Mott-MacDonald report? So as I understand it, the Mott-MacDonald report is the report commissioned by the city, and that report will be an independent third-party opinion on all of the various reports, whether it's the JBA or the NRC report or the various Alstom reports. So we discussed this earlier, but I just wouldn't mind getting clarity. Will council, because the reason I'm asking this question is council hasn't been privy to as much information as is out there, will council be provided the Mott-MacDonald report when that is gone through revisions and is final?
So you're correct in characterizing the role of Mott-MacDonald. So they are reviewing the documents that RTG is providing to the city. Those documents are still in flux. So we started with there is an NRC report that has been provided. There is an instrumented bogey test report that has been provided. There is the Alstom Sustainable Solutions report that has been provided. And we have just recently received the JBA report on the Alstom report. Each one of those reports, Mott-MacDonald will be reviewing and providing comments on. And the purpose of the meeting that will take place in June is to allow Mott-MacDonald, our expert, to bring forward questions that they may have on those reports, and hopefully seek clarification and hopefully move the issue forward. In terms of the final opinion of Mott-MacDonald, it's still going to be a few months before we have a full sustainable solution from RTG. So we're still a few months away before Mott-MacDonald's final position can be provided to the city. And at that point, in terms of it being made available, I mean, that's something that is still under discussion internally. And we can come back with a clear response on that.
So as I understand it, still several months from that Mott-MacDonald final opinion being completed, but it's still to be discussed internally whether or not council will have access to that?
Chair, RTG is responsible to deliver us the root cause and the sustainable solution. We have retained our own expert to make sure that we have the fair root cause and the fair sustainable solution, because obviously what we see now, there is a different opinion between Alstom and RTG. So we don't want to jeopardize this. We don't want neither to take info, partial info, should I say, to get a conclusion. That is the trap here. We don't want to do that. We want to be able to analyze every single report that we will receive. And at the end, when RTG will deliver us the sustainable solution and the root cause on his consolidated report, we need to be able to ask Mott-MacDonald to review this report, and then OC Transpo with my team will come to you and present to you what RTG has said, what the city sees, and if we can say, yes, we agree that this is the root cause and this is the sustainable solution. If we want to go on a pattern where we will take piece by piece. I can tell you because I'm 100% involved. It's a complex thing. And the last thing that I think the public needs is to have different opinions. And unfortunately, that will bring diversion instead of bringing a constructive environment, I would say. And I want to remind as well that the goal here is to provide a good service to our customers, and we are working on that, and we'll keep council updated.
Thanks. I'll ask one small little technical question again on the Mott MacDonald report. Will Mott MacDonald be reviewing all of the various reports that make up the RTG consolidated report, or will Mott MacDonald only be reviewing the RTG consolidated report?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So actually, Mott MacDonald has reviewed the Alstom report, and we received this week the GBA report. So Mott MacDonald will need time to review this report and provide us recommendation. And we have planned a meeting next week just with GBA, Mott MacDonald, and the city, just to ask questions, because we want to understand why there is a difference between the Alstom report versus the GBA report. GBA is written by RTG, and when we'll have those answers, we know that RTG is working on a session. This is an important one. This session will be with Alstom as well, where Mott MacDonald, RTG, the city, Alstom, all of the parties will be in the same room and will try to understand. And those people are very, very good technical engineers. Mott MacDonald, example, is very well known on this matter. My team will be represented as well during this session. Then those people will have homework to do because they will need to maybe review their view on the Alstom's report, and will edit their report. Then Mott MacDonald will receive all of those reports again and will analyze everything and give us advice. And for sure, we'll share those updates with you as soon as we will receive that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Truchon, a question back to you on the issue of rails. So with regards to the NRC's report, I'm going to go back there a bit, which recommended swapping out rails on some of the tight curves. Your response to that question, or at least in your presentation, it seemed your response seemed to suggest that there was not an urgency to this modification, that this modification could be done as part of life cycle maintenance. Can you clarify, though, whether there was any suggestion of a timeline about that in the NRC report? Was it explicitly stated in the NRC report that replacing rails was not to be seen as a solution to the current problem?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The recommendation from NRC is to replace the rail when the rail is up for replacement.
Thank you. Question back to staff on that. In Mr. Truchon's answer during his presentation, he was suggesting that replacing the rails won't affect lateral loads. While that may be true, if the current rails are softer than, let's say, ideal, isn't it possible that soft rails can bend and deteriorate more quickly, which could put more strain on the wheels, therefore creating another problem?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So there is a relationship and an interaction between the wheel and the rail. So the fact that the rail itself could have a different hardness does not directly impact the forces on the wheel in any given instant. But there is an iterative process. So a softer rail is more likely to become fatigued in a shorter amount of time. We are more likely to have corrugation. We are more likely to have some kind of rolling contact fatigue. That fatigue that the rail exhibits over a number of years then creates an increased coefficient of friction, and that in itself can increase the loads on the wheels. So from a maintenance perspective, there is definitely, an interaction between the wheel and the rail. But from an application of a force perspective, there is very little difference, very little to no difference between a higher strength steel and a lower strength steel in any given instant on any given contact between a wheel and a rail.
Great, thank you. Two more small questions. Mr. Truchon, in your presentation on the subject of rail replacement, there was, I believe there was a bullet point in your presentation that had a statement which said, there is no justification for replacing the rail. Is that RTG's position, or is that statement based on GABA, your expert consultant's GABA?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I was not expecting to be discussing harder rails to that level of extent today. Rail is passive. It's sitting there. It's not creating forces by its own. So this discussion about rail creating forces is not backed up by science. So I just want to make sure we emphasize that. The situation about the rail being is a maintenance consideration. That's driven by maintenance. Harder rail does not wear as quickly, can potentially last longer, and generates corrugation, but slower. So in recommending harder rail, I think there's the implicit benefit that we will not have to grind every year. We may have to grind every second year. That is cost implications to the maintenance operation. But it has, and I would disagree with the position, the relationship between harder rail and friction coefficient is not one that's been explained to me, or certainly not one that I've been briefed about by the technical experts. It's not something I've seen in the reports that we've had. However, corrugation creates vibration, could have an impact on friction coefficient, but at the end of the day, corrugation is on the low rail. Corrugation is on the low rail. That rail doesn't have the forces. That's not the rail that's creating us a problem. So I know we have all personal opinions, and that's okay, I respect that, but I have to defer back to the experts that are looking at the science, they're looking at the wear patterns, and they're not going off on the recommendation on first sight. That recommendation needs to be backed by evidence and science. So yes, there is a good reason to replace the rail with harder rail when we get there, but there is no good reason to go through all the disruption of stripping good rail and the shutdowns that will be coming with that to specifically have this illusion that harder rail is going to solve our problem. So I do not know how I can be clearer than that. However, it's not harder rail and softer rail. The distinction is the delta between the wheel hardness and the rail that's in the ground. So if we want to take a look at softer wheels, that's also another option, but it's not on the table. But we'll put it on the table, and it's a consideration we need to look at. So it's this balance between it's the difference between harder rail between the wheel and the rail hardness. That is the delta. And one of them needs to be higher than the other. So let's pick the one we prefer. Let's see how that plays out from a maintenance perspective. But at the end of the day, the disruption of replacing harder rails today, and I'm just going to throw in an additional evidence. We've done some sample testing, and the rail with the wear hardens. That's another consideration. With the wear of the trains, driving on the rails, the rail as it wear hardens. So this difference between the hard rail and the soft rail and the hard wheel that may have been there in 2019 is probably not as severe as it used to be. So what I'm trying to say here is it's a balancing act. There's a number of variables. It needs to be fed by data. It needs to be fed by evidence, and evidence comes from experience, and that needs to be reviewed to try to see how we can optimize this. And there is it's not 1 + 1. I'm sorry, it's not 1 + 1. this kind of consideration, it needs to be fed and it needs to be driven by experience, and you need to have people at the table that understand rail maintenance, understand the dynamics to come up with the right combination and the right combo. And that's what we're working on right now.
My last comment, you made a mention just in your remarks there about softening the wheels, and you mentioned that in your earlier presentation. And when you mentioned it earlier, I wasn't sure if you were just speaking tongue in cheek or if you were proposing it as a viable alternative. But you mentioned it again here. So, is RTG either officially or not proposing that one possible modification between the wheel rail interface is a softening of the wheels?
I do not believe this has graduated to a recommendation at this point. It's one idea. So if the concern is about rail wear, and then there's other ways that we can deal with rail wear.
And can I ask, sorry.
No, sorry, go on.
Is that idea coming from JBA?
GBA and NRC. That's one of the parameters in the equation.
Okay. Thank you, because I'm no engineer as well, but I would assume that if you're softening the wheels of a train, then the weight of the train is possibly going to have a factor on whether or not the softening the wheels might, but it's a new idea I've only heard today, so that's why I'm asking questions about it. But thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, Chair, and I do want to thank you guys for coming out today. Originally, I had a whole series of questions, but unfortunately, I attended the in-camera component, so that probably strikes at least 11 of my questions out based on the advice of legal, which is unfortunate because I think this is where we're caught. You quite rightly so point out we are not smart in this area. That being said, you do have the ability to be able to bring, and it's with the utmost respect, we trust what you're saying, but we have requested the engineers come out and state that as well, and I'm hoping, even if there's some debate going on right now, will there be a point where the engineers, the ones with the rings and the stamps, will they be able to come out and support the statements that you're making?
Yes, all we're saying is backed up by engineering advice. We're being excessively transparent with the city in terms of sharing the information. I do not know what else I can be sharing that I'm not already sharing. We're providing information in draft format for comments. We're making experts available to the city to answer questions. But this additional layer that you're referring to is outside of my control. However, you need to understand, and I think I must emphasize, the reports that we have, I don't think are definitive at this point. We can only comment on what we've seen. We have questions. We have a lot of questions. And depending on the answers to those questions, that might change the content of the report. So this this perception that the reports are definitive and they're locked and they're sealed and they're stamped is not a design. It's an ongoing discussion, technical conversation, investigation, and depending on the information, I could be receiving another report next week that might challenge the current understanding of the issue and lead us in a different direction. So to start, we're providing information transparently to you today on where we are, and that is as much as I can provide you. But there are still chapters of the book being written, and I cannot give you the conclusion yet because I do not know where this is concluding. All I can say is it's a good story, we're wrapping things up, we're tying dots together, okay? And we will get to a conclusion. We've committed to get to a conclusion, and we will get there. I may need 20 more chapters, I may need 5 chapters, I do not know, but I have a good, we will get to a definitive conclusion to this. I do not know how better answer that question.
No, that's terrific. And again, just to go back, and you said yes, we probably could have stopped there, but so at the end of this, when a decision's made, the engineers that are providing you, and again, I know it's very fluid still, but the engineers that you employ that help make this decision, when it's done, I'm not saying between now and then, because we've been told clearly we're not to get involved, they'll come to the table and support whatever decision you make at the end when this is all public. And you said yes, so I want to make sure that that is the case.
The plan we will be providing is going to be backstopped by engineering and safety assessments that are commensurate with the kind of commitment we have already described in the project, in our contract with the city. We are professional. We do not go off on a limb. What we do is driven by evidence and technical and safety assessment, and that's the way we've operated since we started our contract, our relationship with the city, and that's what we intend to continue to do.
Absolutely. And that's why we pay you, right? I mean, that's ultimately what it is, because as you quaintly pointed out, we don't know this stuff. We're dumb in this. So when you say that, we depend on you. And that's why when you come back, even though we're currently muzzled, when you come back, I want to ensure engineers are at the table supporting exactly what you're saying. And on that, Mr. Chair, I don't have any other further questions. It's more of a statement that obviously you could appreciate. People are very concerned. This has gone a long time, and while we're waiting for decisions to be made, we're burning daylight because if the ultimate decision requires reconfiguration of the track or something else, like you pointed out, we're dumb on this. But if it does come out that that is the case, we've wasted another year. And that's my concern. I know it's my colleagues' concern. And but again, legal has informed us of what we can and can't say. So we'll sit back and wait for your decision. And at that point, we'll take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be really brief. I'm pleased to see a universe of potential solutions that are on the table and what sound like productive discussions between the parties to try to decide which ones to pursue, and I'm hopeful of a solution ASAP. The only one I think I haven't heard much about was, I am sure at our last Transit Commission meeting or one of our public meetings, there was discussion of better restraining the wall with structures. And I haven't heard much about that today. I think it was particularly in the Herdman area. So we're talking about restoring ballast, but what about keeping the ballast we have?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Yes, there has been recommendations by Alstom about increasing the size of the shoulders and the concern about, in order to size of the shoulders and slope, to maintain the proper slope. And there was a concern that the existing real estate we had along the right-of-way was insufficient. So that was the extent of the recommendation from Alstom.
Okay.
We've went back, we've inspected the track, we've went back to the original design, we've looked at the current condition, we've looked at the right-of-way. We've identified that slope had moved, and that's why we're doing the ballast restoration project. We've also identified 4 locations that might benefit for this kind of structure. But that's as far as we are right now. We are consulting back with the design authority on the track, which was the engineering joint venture at the design stage, to confirm whether or not the current situation that we have is problematic to maintain the adequate stability that we need on the track. So I expect over the coming weeks I will have more details about that, whether or not we will be looking at retention structure. But it's not a widespread concern. It's 4 specific locations, and for reference purposes, those are not locations where we've had heat kinks, so that wouldn't be correlated with that. It would be simply, as far as we're concerned, an improvement to maybe better retain the ballast that's in place and avoid having it going in outside of the right-of-way.
Okay, well, and when you report back with the comprehensive report, we'll see that addressed at greater length, I hope?
We will be addressing that. That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Truchon, thank you for the detailed report today. It's very appreciated. I've certainly learned a lot. While the ongoing analysis and assessment continues on the cartridge bearing assembly and the mitigation measures are in place, can you assure this committee and the public that the Confederation line continues to be safe for our riders and our staff, and that you yourself have no concerns with safety at this time?
Thank you very much for the question. We've demonstrated in the past that when there is a safety concern, we ring the bell, and we've done that, and we will continue to do that. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. If we see something that doesn't behave the way it should, we've done it multiple times. It's been disruptive, but if there is a concern, we will continue to behave in that basis. At this point, when there is a concern, we effectively analyze the concern. If the vehicle has a concern, if the vehicle supplier sees something he doesn't like, he also can escalate concern, and we will action that immediately. It's not my first time, and I've had a couple of experience, and I can tell you that the system works. Following a concern, usually the vehicle supplier will proceed with a safety note that will be issued by the vehicle manufacturer that's going to detail a number of measures that need to be part of the containment. Those measures are strictly implemented and rigorously implemented, and that's where we take the assurance that the system is safe for users. And every step along the way, there is independent oversight. There is oversight carried out by RTM. There's oversight carried out by RTG with my Chief Rail Safety Officer. There's oversight from the city, and there's also oversight from third parties. So when, it's a consensus where everybody gives their thumbs up. So, and if there is a concern, we pause, we talk about it, we flush out the considerations, and it's only when everybody gives a thumbs up that we go ahead.
I appreciate that process. Thank you. So as the CEO of RTG, you yourself have no concerns with safety at this time. Is that a fair statement?
I am not aware of any concerns lingering, impacting the safety of the service at this point.
Thank you. A year from now, what does your crystal ball show? We're going to get an update, hypothetically, a year from now. Where will we be at that point?
Well, I'm not even on the 1 year horizon. I'm on the 6-month or 7-month horizon. By the end of the year, we will have top of rail fully deployed. We will have measurable data to assess the improvement it's generating on lateral loads. If top of rail performs the way it's supposed to, or the way it's been estimated, I think everybody's stress level will be going down because we will be able to meaningfully reduce lateral loads. But my stress level is going to go up again because we need to keep it sustainably, and that's where the concern will be, to make sure that we are resilient and sustainable in maintaining the top of rail. But those beneficial improvements will be in place, and and it was important for us to have the surface units in place before the summer months. So we're addressing that. So I'm personally happy about that. We will have completed the grinding campaign. We will have completed the ballast campaign. So we will have a track that's going to be in much better shape, and hopefully reap the benefits in terms of reduction of corrugation by the time we get to next spring, when we will be inspecting the track again and doing the assessment. We will be able to measure the effectiveness of top of rail and flange lubrication on the rail condition, and that will be informing perhaps the work campaign that will be happening next year.
Okay, I appreciate your presentation today and answers to the questions. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Councilor Gower. Do you want me to go forward with my direction?
Yes, staff have it ready now, so we'll bring it up on the screen for you.
Okay, thank you. It's that staff be directed to provide an update to the Transit Commission by end of Q3 2024 on the city's transit service department approach to safety management for the vehicle track interface on line 1, both at revenue service and during operations.
Okay, and do staff accept that as a direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Are there any other questions on this item? I'm not seeing any hands on the screen. Okay, so I just wanted to say a couple things to wrap this up. I think we all understand that these reports take time. There's a lot of peer review. There's a lack of consensus right now. But I do want to acknowledge just what we've heard from some of our colleagues here today and from the public. It is frustrating that we're here years later and still not a root cause, still not a definitive answer. And I just want to acknowledge that frustration that people have. Hopefully we have it soon, but we can't really put a timeline on that even. It's a frustrating situation. Another thing is just about, we've asked a lot of questions. I think we've had an opportunity in camera and in public over, 6 hours now to dive into this. Just on the question of oversight, I can also see from a public's perspective, well, it's frustrating as a councillor that we're trying to exercise oversight, but we can't demonstrate that oversight to the public all the time because so much is in camera or protected by confidentiality. That's a real frustration for us as councillors to just go to the public and say, trust us, we're asking all these questions behind the scenes. It's difficult. So I want to thank staff for answering our questions, for RTG for being here as well, for the report we've had in front of us, for spending the 6 hours to answer every last question that we've had. It's important. And I hope people aren't mixing up uncertainty with the lack of transparency or uncertainty with trying to hide something, because I don't think that's what's happening here. This really is a complex situation. There's disagreement around engineers, just like we have disagreement around scientists. And that's a healthy situation, I think, that there is a challenge and that there is a difference of opinion and there is a genuine attempt to find really what the root cause is, what the right solution is, and do that in a collaborative way. So it's taking a long time. We're going to have to wait a few more months, but we do appreciate, I think, collectively the updates and the time you've spent on this today. And thanks to colleagues for asking your questions as well. We do need to receive this report. So is this report received? Received. Thank you. Okay. Should we move right on or should we take like 5 minutes just to catch our breath? Okay, let's take 5 minutes just to reset and we'll move into our monthly update. Thank you. All right, we're going to keep going. We're a little bit concerned about quorum the later we go, obviously, on a Friday afternoon with some other city business going on. Item number 3 on the agenda is responses to inquiries, cant angles, and LRT curves. I don't think there's any request to lift this, so that's good. We have item 4.1 is OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. So Renee will walk us through that, and I think we're going to truncate some of the items and postpone them till our next Transit Commission, which is in just a couple weeks. But Renee, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we can pull the presentation, please. So I will be very, very quick. And as Chair Gower just said, we will just present the KPIs today of a very, very high level. And we'll come back in 2 weeks anyway. We can have a deep dive on everything else. So we can go to the next slide. Just very quickly, we have started to work with our transit advisory working group, which is great, and we had a very good session, and those people have a lot of good ideas, so for sure we will have the opportunity to share with you. You know that the Interact, the BO payment is implemented now, and June is special for us because it will be the Employee Recognition Month, and we'll have a lot of things that we will do with our employees that will be good. And I know that you know that we had our transit carrier fair where Chagawa came, and it was very exciting, and we had more than 300 people who came, so it was very, very important. We have some photo at the next slide, so we can go very quickly. Again, I want to take the opportunity that, next slide, please. I want to take the opportunity because Paul Trebutat will be retired today, and Paul Trebutat was, I would say, our Chief Safety Officer. Now it's Dwayne Duquette who will be acting, and for me, I will miss definitely Paul Trebutat because he brought a lot at OC Transpo. You know, he's an engineer, he worked for TSB, for NRC, he has a lot of experience, he brought a lot on our table, and after 45 years, he will be retired, well deserved. So I wanted to take the opportunity to say a huge thank you to him and to the safety culture that he brought at OC Transpo, and we will make sure that we continue to work on this path. Thank you very much, Paul. I wanted to say that to you. I think now I can go, if I'm not mistaken, to the KPIs where I will handle to Dwayne Duquette, who's our new acting Chief Safety Officer, and he will share the very good news with us. Thank you very much.
Merci, Renee. As you said, in Council, my name is Dwayne Duquette, and I'm the acting Chief Safety Officer. In an effort to be brevity, I'll go through the KPIs without elaborating too much, and then if there's any questions, we can deal with that after. The first KPI is the employee injury rates, and I'll just caveat this, that all are up to and including the month of March. So we're about a month behind where we actually sit right now for our actual KPIs. Currently, we had 200 injuries at the end of March, with only 60 of those injuries occurring in the month of March. The top three contributing, or the top three type of events that contribute to that are stressful events, slips, trips, and falls, and struck or caught. The second KPI represented there is customer injury rate, and this is, we have a 0.93 injury rate per 1 million trips. This is an encouraging rate. It puts us within our SMS targets, and it also is the lowest rate we've seen since 2020. The next rate, vehicle collisions. Again, until the end of March, and this is represented in collisions per 100,000 kilometers traveled. The non-preventable collisions are trending, well, both are trending in the right direction, but the non-preventable collisions are trending in the right direction. And although we have yet to achieve our target, the achievement of a 0.93 preventable accident rates per 100,000 kilometers is the lowest we've seen this year. The final table that's, or graph that's shown there at the bottom is it shows you how we've done on our delivering of our controlled intersection awareness course. This was initiated as a result of some feedback that we received. Thus far this year, we have since it's been initiated, we've completed 1,304 employees, and we've identified 71 of those employees that needed additional skills building. One of the last points I will leave you with before I pass it over to my colleague is that we believe that this additional education or the controlled intersection awareness course is providing us with the results we want. It's early, but this year in Q1, we had a total of 8 red light infractions, and last year over the same time period, we had 15, so it's a significant reduction. On that, thank you for your time, and I will now pass it along to my colleague, Mr. Pat Scrimmager.
Thanks, Dwayne. The first thing I wanted to mention is just that we're looking at changing the frequency with which we present all the KPIs to you. We've added a lot of performance indicators over the years, and we're now reporting 17 to you at every meeting. So after discussion internally and with the chair, we've tried to prioritize these to the ones that we will bring every meeting, the ones that vary more slowly that we will bring quarterly, and a few that we will report in other ways, primarily the financial ones. The main lesson we're taking from this is that a lot of these indicators co-vary. As we get better on one, we get better on them all, and we think it's better for us to report to you at every meeting on the ones that are really the quality of the service, the reliability of the service that's getting to the public, and less on the things we're working on that feed that improvement. So in the top right of each page, you'll see the frequency at which we propose to report these to you in future. Next page, please. So first, we have a customer survey on feelings of security and safety, and you can see that it continues to be in that 85% range, very consistently, with a slight upward movement in recent months. The next page is overall satisfaction with transit from our customers, and that continues its slow upward trend into the mid-40s, still below 50%. The next page shows paratranspo on-time performance continuing around the 95% level. The next slide shows paratranspo booking line response times, most recently a 3-minute average wait, still in that zone of 2 to 4 minutes, and well below the direction we had from council to get it below 15 minutes. From Transit Commission, I'm sorry. The next one is to show the number of bookings. We're bringing in about 90,000 bookings per month, and a little under 10% of those are made through the online booking, the rest by telephone. The next page is to show the category of complaints and the volume of complaints that are coming in from paratranspos, remaining quite low. About half of those are about service policy, and then the next about fares, and then the booking and information process.
On this screen, you can actually see the ridership of paratranspo. Right now, we manage 71,000 trips. Now we have the fare revenues from paratranspo. We are reaching now $192,000.
The next slide shows O-Train service delivery remaining very high at 99% in April. Conventional service delivery also at 99% in the month of April. There's the 99%, 98.8% that were delivered in green, and the small fraction that were not delivered, 1.2% of all trips. And the reasons break down into 1/3 for on-street service adjustments, a little over 1/3 related to a shortage of operators at that moment, and about 1/4 for mechanical breakdowns. And you can see that table at the bottom left showing that the greatest number of undelivered trips were on the Line 2 replacement buses, and then Route 11, and then Route 7. The next page is showing absenteeism in black for bus operators, in orange for electric rail operators, where the full year average is 12 to 15% absenteeism, and currently we're at 14 to 16% in the most recent month. The next page is for on-time performance for less frequent bus routes, continuing to be just under 80%. And as a reminder from the last meeting, we'll be bringing you in future a new measure for more frequent on-time performance for more frequent bus routes. And then as we come towards the last few slides here, ridership on the conventional system, a little bit under budget, but still just under 6 million customers per month. Fare revenue, again, a little under budget, but just over $12 million per month. And the final slide here, as I scurry through these, the bus operator recruiting and training, where we are planning to bring in 30 new people, hoping to get 22 successful graduates on each of those many columns there. And you can see down at the bottom the success rate. We've been able to bring in just under 30 on each of those sessions, and we've been just under 20 successful graduates from each of those sessions. So that brings me to the end of the KPIs, and I don't think we need that or any further slides, Rob.
Chair, we can stop here and we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. One of the numbers was reasons for bus trips not delivered. I can't remember what the on-street adjustment was, but I think it was like 36% or something like that. 34%, thank you. Is that number going up?
I'll say it's going up as a proportion because the other causes are getting better. So as we have more and more bus operators, as we have more and more reliable buses, with having more mechanics and better processes, those are going down in proportion, which pushes the other one up in proportion, even though it's not going up in number.
Yeah, and so as a trend, our on-street adjustments as an absolute number, it's going down?
It's holding pretty steady right now, and we expect that it will go down with the various scheduling improvements that we have coming in with the new bus route network.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington?
Just two questions. Both the ridership numbers and the fare revenue data are not meeting forecasted amounts. When you look at every month in 2024, if we just want to look at that, still not meeting our staff's forecasted amounts per budget. Can staff take my question today and provide a more fulsome update at our meeting 2 weeks from now and explain why they think that is the case? Why are we not meeting ridership targets? Why are we not meeting fare? Obviously, those two are linked. But if staff could provide and elaborate their thoughts on that, that would be appreciated. I'm willing to park that question today. And Chair, my other question is, staff provided in their presentation on-time performance stats for runs that are at a frequency of 16 minutes or less. The other main metric is on-time performance for routes less frequent, that is 16 minutes or higher. Are those two metrics going to be reported together at the same time, as opposed to having one today and one at some future date? I just want to make sure at future presentations, both of those are very critical. We're talking about bus reliability. We have not tackled that problem yet, and this commission should be getting those particular metrics on a monthly basis. I'd like to have clarification, please.
Yes, we're planning to bring both of those at every meeting.
So we'll see this in 2 weeks' time, is that correct?
We have some, we hope that we'll have it in 2 weeks' time. We still got a couple of things to just finalize on the measure for the more frequent bus routes.
Correct, okay.
But we expect it'll, once we get that one rolling, we'll report on both of them and paratransport on-time performance every meeting.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Carr?
Hi, thank you very much, Chair. I actually took my hand down and I will ask my questions in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just on the customer survey results on satisfaction, did we have survey results that predated this time, or is this just new that we're doing this regularly?
Mr. Chair, we measured this question in March of 2023, and then we started again measuring it in September 23, and we've been measuring it continuously since then. So we don't have a comparator on the same question to anything from pre-pandemic.
Okay, so our customer happiness year over year remains around 45%. And I guess there's probably some correlation with the bus on-time performance, perhaps, with that.
I think customer satisfaction is going to be informed by everyone's personal expectations. Bus service reliability would be part of it, as would many other things, like are they happy with the planned service? Are they happy with all aspects, the things they read about the train, the fares they pay, the cleanliness of the bus, how long they have to wait? It would be informed by many, many things, bus service reliability being one of them.
And do you think that the happiness factor is going to go up after the changes are made to bus service that we've discussed with the public?
I think it will depend on each person's new experience. I think those people who are able to make use of Line 2 and Line 4 will be happier because of the shorter travel time and the greater comfort. Those for whom bus routes work for them will like it better if they're making a trip within their community. Those who will have another transfer would be, their satisfaction might go down. Those who are forming their opinion based on reliability, we expect that they will be more satisfied. But it'll be a mixture, and it's really each person, obviously, a reflection on each person's own expectation of what they're looking for in their transit system.
Okay. Yeah, do we break it down at all? Like, do we ask people whether they take the bus often or the train often? And will we know the difference between those satisfaction levels, or?
We don't.
Okay.
We're surveying enough people to be able to break it down between transit customers and non-customers, but we'd have to survey many, many more people to be able to break it down more finely than that.
Do you have a comparison of other cities that might do this similar survey in terms of their happiness level with the service?
We have some measures which we've shown you, and we can show you again offline if you'd like, related to a different survey that's done in different cities all across the world.
And so are our customer satisfaction levels consistent with that, or
no,
are they above it or below it?
They're low.
They're low. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's obviously a pretty indicative measurement that we've got of, I guess, happiness or satisfaction. I just wanted to ask further about paratransport, if that's okay, or do we have a separate update on that, or no? This is it? Okay. So, thanks, Chair. So I had the opportunity to take paratransport just recently.
with the paratransport challenge that was going on, and I think a really excellent opportunity for councillors to get to experience that might not otherwise have experienced that. And one of the issues that came up on that ride with myself and Leanne and the bus driver, Wendy, that I've been driving for 37 years, is that the reader often doesn't work. And I guess the issue with the reader not working is not so much that you can't get a ride, it's that they might have something on their account that says it's a did not pay. And then if you get enough of those did not pays, then your service may be affected in the future, which is a concern. So I guess just in your experience, what has been the issue with those card readers? Why aren't they working? And how do we make sure that that's not going to affect our patrons that are taking the paratransport?
So there has been a problem with this is the Presto card reader or the credit card, debit card reader that's on both buses and on taxis. The problem we've been having, we've had our supplier check into it, and it's very specific, related to the power on, power off cycle of the minibuses and how it affects the update rate and the restarting of the tablets to which these readers are attached. They've given us a new process to restart that tablet every day, and we'll follow that process. We are now following that process, but we're also in parallel replacing all the card readers on the minibuses. This problem does not occur on the contracted taxis. Those readers are working properly just because of a different power on, power off cycle for the tablets on the taxis than on the minibuses. So we've got two ways to resolve it, both one implemented and one in process right now.
Okay. Following on that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
just to say one more thing. No one will ever be penalized for not paying because of an equipment failure on an OC Transpo vehicle, whether they're on conventional or on paratranspo.
So one of the things that was being discussed on that particular bus that I was on was just how the operator might write down what the issue was. So reader not working is one thing, but I guess not having paid a fare is one thing, and then the reader not working is an additional detail. So I think some drivers are perhaps writing that down as part of their notes, and others might not. So how does that affect, I guess, paratransport users if they're getting a note on their account saying did not pay?
Customers who choose or are in a position where they're unable to pay, they run up a negative balance on their account, and we work with them to clear that balance before it gets to the level that requires the city policy to go, into collections and things like that. For people who are unable to pay because of an equipment failure, we ask the operators to record that way, and we're working closely with the operations team to make sure that all the operators are following the same instructions.
Okay, just the operator that was there was fantastic. She'd been driving, I think, for 37 years in different capacities. I think it started with Blue Line and others, and then the person that I was on there with, Leanne, was also great, just in terms of knowledge of taking para and what the issues are. So just wanted to thank them, and I think that has been a recurring issue, is those readers, and whether or not it filters down to having a did not pay or a reader not working, obviously is a concern. And when are we expecting to get the new para buses in? Like we have an order, I think, from last capital budget, and we're supposed to have more perhaps.
They'll come in. The first one, I think Richard might know more precisely. I think the pilot bus is to come this summer, and the full number of them to come during 2025.
2025? Okay. I
think, was one of them supposed to be electric too, or two of them? Is that part of that or no?
Go ahead, Renee.
Chair, the technology is not ready, but we have that on
So in the
our
future,
radar.
that might be okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I still am going to save my questions. I just had a comment. I know, Councillor Gower, when I went on a couple paired transfer rides, there were a few issues with respect to the readers and how the passenger who was not an accompaniment was being recorded as well. A few discrepancies. I think I gave that all to you, and you were addressing that with staff as well. I think that
Yeah,
was kind of a
definitely.
common theme that happened. So
Staff are aware of that.
we'll
yeah.
probably hear back from that eventually on that. Yes?
I know staff took that feedback and we're just addressing that inconsistency, so.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Same issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I do think O-payment is a really big milestone to be now on debit, Visa, and mobile pay, and we probably haven't celebrated that enough. We're one of the few transit systems in Canada and North America that are. It's a huge milestone, and I want to say quickly, congrats to everyone who put together and participated in that career fair last weekend. Councillor DeRoche and I were there, and it was lots of people and a really great atmosphere and environment, so well done. And we'll look forward to more updates in a couple of weeks from staff. So thank you very much. Eric, do we need to receive this? No? Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to our final number. I will pass it over to Chair DeRoche for our light rail stage 2 update.
Great, merci, conseiller.
Thank you, Councillor.
Je vois que l'équipe s'installe, alors.
I can see the team is setting up this presentation.
Eric, on a la présentation qui est prêt. Oui.
All right.
J'ai ça. OK, je pense qu'on est prêt là. Monsieur Morgan, vous êtes
I
prêt?
think we're ready. Are you ready?
So we're excited to be here. We have a full update on the Stage 2 construction. We're going to give an update on the Confederation line. I've invited Mr. Bartlett, Michael Bartlett's the manager of rail infrastructure in my team, so he looks after the design side of infrastructure. And I've also invited back Jocelyn Degg to give an update on the Trillium line construction, and then I will finish with an update on the trial running criteria, the entry points, and the end of the deck. So on that note, I'll pass it over to Mr. Bartlett, who will take you through the Confederation line update.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will give the update for the east and the west for the Confederation line. So if you can jump to the next slide, we're just going to jump into the east first. So as part of it, so first off, Montreal Station, a couple updates here. So we have the fare gates currently going in this week in the station location. We're commissioning the elevators as we speak, and we're currently working on the mechanical and electrical within the station. Next slide. So continuing on Montreal Station itself, you'll see that we have the orange protection on the platform. That's because we're running the testing of the trains currently. You would have seen an update earlier this week. We actually had 2 trains at the platform, so very exciting as part of the program. And we continue to work on other components in the station itself on the outside. We're getting there closely. Jeanne d'Arc Station, so next as we move east as part of it. A couple things that are ongoing as part of it. We actually have energization in the station, so that's pretty exciting for us. We're working on interior station finishing on it. You can see on the overpass itself, we're working currently on the west side of that, working on the overlay, the parapet walls, and the sidewalk component. We'll flip to the other side once that work is completed. And the train is expected to start testing in through this area in June, hopefully. On to the next. Up to Convent Glen Station. So this is the last station to be energized as part of the East. We're currently looking at mid-June for that energization, and that will complete them all. We have elevator installation occurring and M&E work that's ongoing. On the overpass area itself, the only work that's scheduled and slated to be completed is the passenger pickup, drop-off, and bike racks on each quadrant. And once again, the train testing is looking to come through here in June. Next slide, please. At Place d'Orleans, once again, that station is energized. We have the new the PED bridge that's currently in place. So that's the gray bridge that's just left of the existing pedestrian overpass structure. The escalator is currently being installed in the main housing. Mechanical electrical work is also occurring in this location. Moving along to Trim Station, so also energized as well. The pedestrian overpass building, which connects from the fare gate onto the platform of the train station, is currently undergoing interior finishes. We have the escalator installation from the platform that's currently underway. The bus operator building you cannot see in the photo, just off to the left, but that's been erected. And we're currently working on the bus turnaround loop currently as we speak. And the last component to that is we have train testing that's also looking to come out here in the month of June. So East activities that we have going. So spring, we started with the continuing installation activity of the power supply system. So the OCS, as we know it, is all the way out to Trim Road now. So that's a huge success for us. Train testing has started, as you can see. We're going to be pushing there through the summer and into the fall as part of that. And station completion late fall. Some components that are remaining on that are interior finishes. We need the ticket vending machines, the fare gates as part of it, and ultimately getting building occupancy. Next slide, please. Some traffic and mobility impacts just to flag as part of the program out in the east. So Highway 174, so there'll be intermittent shutdowns on the ramps and the highway itself, just to facilitate some of the miscellaneous roadworks. And ultimately in the 2025, we'll be doing the repaving of the 174 and returning the lanes back to their proper location. Montreal Road, we have a closure right now just for utility works underneath the structure that you can see there in place. Jean d'Arc Boulevard is indicated as part of the station update. We currently have it down to one lane north and southbound direction. We're working on the west side. We'll flip that ultimately onto the east side, do the reversal, and then ultimately open that up. Orleans Boulevard and Champlain Street, we have closures on that. That's to help facilitate the actual station construction of Place d'Orleans. Next slide, please. So moving along to the west for the update. Tunney's Pasture Station, so the interface between stage 1 and stage 2. So we've completed construction on the topper slab of the storm sewer system that you can see there in gray. Plinth construction is ongoing, and we're currently coordinating the interface connection for the rails and the OCS, hopefully in the upcoming summer. Next slide, please. Westboro Station, one of the stations that's the latest to come out of the ground, I guess that we would say. Currently working on foundation work, so ultimately rebar and concrete pours are ongoing as part of that. Kitchissippi Station, so we currently have finished the structural steel as part of the structure station, and we're currently working on the canopy steel of the structure itself. Another view of the Kitchissippi station. We have some mechanical and electrical rough-ins that are currently ongoing. The sanitary and water servicing to the building is currently in place, and we're currently working on getting power and natural gas into the station. Moving into our station within the Parkway Tunnel, Sherbourne Station. So there's been some advancements since this photo, so you would see a little bit more construction canopy related to it. The concrete platform works have been completed. Work on the staircase and escalators are currently ongoing. And we also have some mechanical and electrical work that's currently underway there. Next slide. Norchurch Station, so the westernmost station in the Parkway Tunnel. So we have a bunch of steel erection that you can see on both ends of the station, working on the insulation and the soffit construction at the top of the photo as you can see in place. A lot of the steel for the elevator shafts themselves are currently being welded in place as we speak. And like most stations, we have mechanical and electrical going on right now. While we were talking about the stations within the tunnel, I just thought I'd give a quick update to where we stand on the cut and cover Parkway Tunnel. So this, in the photo you can see, is what we classify as Zone 13. So construction of the tunnel itself is completed. We've started backfill. Within the tunnel itself, we've started plinth construction, and the dry fire line has also been installed. Moving back to the east, so between the past photo and Kitchissippi Station, we have the portal on the east end. So backfill has been completed in this area. Plinths are also ongoing in this area. Interior mechanical and electrical within the tunnel itself has started to commence. And you can see just on the right-hand side, Kitchissippi McCann Parkway that is currently under construction and will be for the coming months. Heading back towards Richmond Road, we have Richmond Road that's been realigned to facilitate some of the works that we need for utilities at Cleary Road in Richmond. So we're just moving that roadway around. Tunnel construction and backfill has basically been completed in this area as we move it around. And plinth construction in this area is also ongoing. Sherbourne Station, once again, just gave an update on that, but just for continuity, plinths are coming in through this area as well as we speak and continue to the west. The western limit of the Parkway Tunnel right now is kind of where the last pour is going to occur. It should occur in the next week or so, and that'll be the last pour anticipated for the tunnel, so it's pretty exciting for the program. And in turn, in doing so, we'll be able to remove a lot of these temporary bridge structures that are in place at Ambleside, Woodruff, et cetera, once we get that backfilled and the temporary roads back in place. Lincoln Field Station is probably one of our most complete stations in the West to date. So we have a lot of interior finishes completed. We're working on signage in that area. We have some testing and commissioning ongoing with the mechanical electrical right now. Some deficiency work that is also continuing to be done. If you look at the top right, you can see the bus operator building has been erected outside of the LRT station itself. Some of the works have been done for the bus loop. Ultimately, we'll be looking to do that in the coming months and eventually flip the bus loop from the left-hand side of the photo onto the right-hand side and into its ultimate condition. And this photo you'll see at the lower part is what we call the Connaught flyover. So with that, the structure is essentially complete. We're working on some deficiencies with it. We are currently putting the plinths in place. And just at the very top, you will see the Woodruff pedestrian bridge that's been opened up to the public, facilitating transportation for pedestrians and such from the left-hand side up to Woodruff High School. Moving on the southern leg of the western extension, we hit Irish Station. So the new bridge structure was completed and put in place. We have the station that's currently built out, basically done, just working on testing, commissioning, and some small deficiencies related to it. The ballast has been put down in the area, so we're going to start pulling skeleton track here in coming weeks. And if you look on the right-hand side, that is our Pinecrest Creek realignment that we've done and done a lot of work with the NCC and the contractor to get that where it currently stands. The last station on the southern leg of the western extension is Algonquin Station. So currently in the tunnel part, underneath what you see there, the ballast is being pulled in, getting ready for skeleton tracks. The mechanical and electrical scope is almost finished. We're starting testing and commissioning of that as we speak. And we're just finalizing the bridge connection that you can see from the actual housing of the station itself into Algonquin College. Heading west on the western extension now, we hit Queensview Station on the north side building, so closest to facing us in the photo. We're working on the glazing and the interior works as part of it. A lot of the mechanical and electrical work is also being conducted. On the south side, which is the far side, on the other side of the Highway 417, a lot of glazing and close-in works are happening on that component. Next slide for a continual update on this. So the pedestrian bridge connection, we're working on the interior finishes as part of it. One thing to note, as part of the station, there is actually 6 elevators in the station, and we currently have 4 elevator crews that are currently working to try and get that up and running and certified. Continuing west, we hit Pinecrest Station. So some of the works that are ongoing here, you can see on the top of the roof structure, the elevator shroud is currently being constructed in place. Signage is being installed within the station itself. Testing and commissioning of the mechanical works within the building, and we have plinth construction that's occurring on the direct fixation and through the station itself. Heading to Bayshore Station, so this is an existing station that we've taken and revamped as part of our works. You'll see just right of the existing station where the orange tarps are and such, that is the emergency egress tunnel that goes underneath the LRT facility. We're currently working on backfilling that as we speak. Mechanical electrical works are ongoing in the area. We're redoing some of the glazing and facing of the building, and we're also working at building out some of the OCS foundations in the area. Moving west to the last station on the line, Moody Station, also in pretty good shape. Mechanical electrical finishes are ongoing. Small deficiencies working on related to that. The bus loop sewers that you just see off to the right are actually in place. The Bob operator building, so the bus operator building, also known as Bob, is at the very top. That's been erected in place. And in the coming months, we'll be looking to actually build out the bus loop in the area. So just an overview of track work as a whole. So for the east, all the track has been pulled in place. The LMSF, there's just a little bit remaining to do, but essentially 99% completed. On the western side, we've pulled track between Moody and Bayshore Station. You would see that if you're driving on the 417. We've also pulled some of the track between Lincoln Fields and Iris Station, and the next section in the west to be done, we'll be pulling track between Iris and Algonquin Station. Last to note on that is just the plinth construction is discussed through the Parkway, Connaught, and Pinecrest Trench tunnel sections. As for the Corkstown Light Maintenance and Storage Facility itself, we're currently conducting testing and commissioning of the buildings. Track work is basically completed as indicated. OCS foundations and pulling of the lines are up next here, and we'll be working with the flat work surrounding the building over the coming weeks. Just a quick update as to where we stand with the Alstom Citadis production. So currently we have 5 awaiting production. 11 are currently in production, 4 in dynamic testing. We have 4 in final inspection, and happy to say that we've actually received 14 to date. So upcoming West activities, we did discuss some of them here as part of this, but track work and plinth construction has already commenced. It's actually conducting well. The cut and cover structure work is indicated. We're looking for the last actual pour of it in the next week or two, and then we'll start working on the backfill, as well as Byron Linear Park. Pinecrest Stormwater Management Pond, though there wasn't a photo or an update given on that, we were currently working on finishing the hydric soils, and we're looking to actually open that up this summer, so that's a pretty exciting part of the component for the project in the west. Last part of this is just the commissioning of the LMSF and the start of the train testing. So we're looking to get that up and running in the fall month of 2024. Right now, we're just trying to coordinate to get a train brought over to the LMSF site itself, and then we can actually start commencing testing with the trains from the western location. Some traffic and mobility impacts that we're going to have as part of the works in the west. So the interchanges at Pinecrest and Richmond, a lot of the ramp impacts that we're going to do is to help facilitate final works of the trench in the surrounding area, as well as construction of the 4th lane on the westbound for the Highway 417. Richmond Road closures will be there in place to essentially help facilitate the construction of the snow wall, which essentially will protect the trench itself from the snow clearing operations from Highway 417. Corkstown Road, there'll be a closure. Ultimately, the closure is there for deficiencies associated with the interface with the LMSF and Corkstown Road, so that'll be primarily west of Moody, those closures. Kitchissippi, Mycan, we're basically looking to build out the remainder and the ultimate condition of that parkway, so that will be impacted through to our revenue service date. Iris Street, there's some minor works for utility tie-ins around Adirondack Avenue. Hoping that'll be nice and quick and done in the early summer. And Richmond Road, complete streets. So while we're there, backfill of the actual tunnel is currently ongoing. Once that's done, we're going to jump into finishing Byron Linear Park, as well as working on Richmond Complete Street. So that'll run through to Revenue Service. So Chair, that's it for my update on the Confederation line at this time. If I may, I'd like to hand it over to Jocelyn Dagg for the Trillium update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bon après-midi. Je vais vous présenter la mise à jour des travaux de construction.
I would like to present you the update that we have for the south portion.
Les éléments finaux.
We're now at the last elements. We will actually go with testing and implementation. We're talking about parking, buses, and the train. We also work on outside landscaping.
Work our way southwards. So at Bayview, this is a nice overview. We see the pedestrian bridge that is nearing completion. Inside there, we're working on some final glazing works and sprinkler. On the north, it's maybe hard to see in this photo, but that's Albert Street, and there's a protective fencing that has been installed there. It's an enhancement safety feature. And then in general, you'll see sort of a common theme through many of the stations. We're working on landscaping. So here there's been a delivery of topsoil there on the right side. And so there's a lot of landscaping works and planting and tree planting taking place along the alignment. We can move to the next photo. So this is a closer up view of the west station entrance at Bayview. In general, in the Bayview station, we're working again on closing out deficiencies, doing fire alarm commissioning, and again, some landscaping works and planting new trees, which you can see here in this photo. Next photo, please. So as mentioned, we have different structures where we have a safety enhancement, installing a protective safety fencing. The rightmost photo is that a closer view of the Albert overpass where the fencing has been installed. In the center photo, we have Riverside overpass where similar fencing is in place. And on the left-hand side, this is Somerset where the fencing is almost complete. So now moving down to Corso Italia, main works taking place at this time include an expansion joint between the station plaza and the road bridge overpass, as well as getting prepared for the signalized pedestrian crossing that is to come in there. So currently there's a little bit of open excavation there. We're trying to work out conflicts between hydro infrastructure and traffic signals infrastructure, but we're working towards a solution so that we can get that installed. Close up here at Corso Italia, so we're working again on closing out station deficiencies and doing landscaping works, including on the embankment that we see on the right-hand side. Next photo. So now we're at Dow's Lake Station. Main activities taking place here include the stair rehabilitation, painting and anti-coating graffiti application, as well as general landscaping. Now this is just a great shot to show the flurry of activity taking place around Dow's Lake Station. So in the trench, you can see a train passing through, right in the middle of the Ottawa Hospital Garage construction project where there's stair towers and escalator shafts sort of popping up like wildflowers. Moving right along, next station we have Carleton. Carleton, we are working to reinstate the public artwork, so the locomotion sort of panels will be coming in shortly, as well as installing wayfinding signage and doing some general closeout of deficiencies. Now, the Rideau River pedestrian bridge, so very excited to bring forward to you today that the bridge itself is substantially complete. We're just working on finishing up the approaches, so some final works there include railing adjustments, landscaping. And if we move into our next slide, this is the long anticipated opening, will be this June. The date is June 15th. The specific timing will follow once we've worked with the councillors and our stakeholder engagement partners. So very exciting to bring that to the chair and to the group this morning or this afternoon. Next station we have Mooney's Bay. At Mooney's Bay, we are working on finalizing a MUP and just increasing the accessibility sort of sloping there, as well as some general closeout of deficiencies. We have the Elwood elevated guideway, and so the bridge here is substantially complete. Again, this is an exciting enhancement to our project where we have this operational now grade separation between our alignment and the Via Rail as well as the BRT transitway. Now at Walkley Station, main activity here is around completing the MUP connectivity. So the MUP that we see here on the left, we need to complete that and connect it through to the sidewalk and reinstate the concrete there. Greenboro Station, main focus here is, as with all the stations, working towards our final building occupancy. This station was a little bit more complex, seeing as how we're tying in and interfacing with an existing structure and existing pedestrian bridges. And so there were some additional signage requirements, which have been installed. And so we're progressing well in closing out deficiencies. South Keys Station. Activities involve, again, just sort of finishing, testing, commissioning, and some grading works and landscaping along the embankment. Leitrim Station, again, exciting news on the occupancy permit front. The operator building, we do have the permit in hand, the occupancy permit. In general, we are working to complete and finalize that new permanent bus loop that we see here in this photo. So looking to get the shelters in, the benches, devices such as cameras, ETLs functioning. Once we're able to move the buses into this bus loop, that opens a section of the south end of the park and ride for completion. And Bowesville Station, so similarly here, we have building occupancy for the operator building, which is a great milestone. We're working on completing the park and ride and the bus loop, as well as the platforms, closing out deficiencies, and finishing some of the landscaping works. And now our southmost station, Lineback Station, similarly, we're finishing the bus loop. We're working on finishing the platforms and closing out deficiencies for the station itself. If we take the airport spur, Upland Station, again, just close out of any items on the station itself, and also looking on the left-hand side of this photo to complete the restoration of what was a laydown site and needs to be handed back to the airport authority. Our last station is the airport station. Here too, a big focus on building occupancy. This site as well is a little bit more complex, given that we're tying into the airport itself, and the airport is federally regulated. So we're working through some of the complexities there to finalize our occupancy permit. And now some traffic and mobility matters, items that we wanted to touch on. So first for the MUP at South Keys, we'll be completing that connectivity down to the station plaza. MUP at Walkley, we touched on that briefly in these slides. So completing that MUP as well as the connection into the sidewalk that needs to be reinstated with concrete. Hunt Club Road, there we have a new MUP coming along the westbound side of Hunt Club Road itself, along with some crossings on the transitway ramps. Sorry, some signalized pedestrian crossings, both on Hunt Club Road as well as across the transitway ramps. Linebank bus loop, so there we need to finish Collector Road as well as the signalized intersection that comes in on Linebank. Main Road in Earl Armstrong, there as well, there's a signalized pedestrian crossing to go in. And then the last bullet here itemizes again some of the other signalized pedestrian crossings coming in at Gladstone, Leicester Road, Leitrim Road, and Earl Armstrong. So I know it's been a long day, but why don't we all sit back and act as operators for the next 6 minutes. So attachez vos ceintures, vous devenez des opérateurs pour les prochaines 6 minutes. If we can start the video, which may be in a separate file. Perfect, so here we are. We're gonna start at Bayview and work our way south. And so, important project enhancement here at Bayview southwards is that we now have double track. And this double track extends all the way to Beach Street. So as we head southwards, we go under Somerset Overpass. We're going to move our way into Corso Italia. It's unfortunate it's not as smooth a ride as it was on my laptop. And so here we are at the end of this platform. We wait for the signal to give us a green light to go. Now we move along, head under the 417. The double track will reduce down to one track as we pass under Beach Street. And we head into Dow's Lake Station. And so we'll pull out from Dow's Lake and we'll continue on towards our tunnel. And so the tunnel is substantially complete. We're taking advantage to do some controller training on the tunnel ventilation system. We're going under the Carlton parking structure. And now the track opens up to double track here at Carlton Station. And so pulling out from Carlton, we reduce down to a single lane or a single track. We head over the bridge structure and head under a few overpasses as we pull into slowly into Mooney's. And so following Mooney's, we get on our elevated guideway. So again, this is our grade separation, which is very important, over the transitway. We open up into Brookfield siding, so we have the ability for trains to cross each other. We narrow back down into single track. We head into Walkley Station. Now from Walkley, we pull out. There will be the sort of connector tracks leading out to the Albion MSF, veering out on our left. We'll pass over the Walkley Diamond, and now those MSF connector tracks will connect back with the main line. We move into Greenboro. Now from Greenboro, we're going to open up into double track as well as a pocket track at South Keys. So at our transfer station, allowing the ability to get off and transfer over to the airport spur. So we will be going southbound. We will not be heading to the airport today. Sorry. So on our right, the tracks will veer off towards the airport spur. We will stay single track, but not for long, over the Leicester Rail Bridge, and then we will double out for double tracks that will be maintained all the way till the south end. Our double tracks will go over the Leitrim rail structure and then into Leitrim Station. Green light, continue southwards. We have High Road pedestrian bridge overhead. And then we'll take the Earl Armstrong rail structure as we head into Bowesville Station. Now from Bowesville, we'll pull out, go over the Bowesville rail bridge. And maybe we'll just take this opportunity to discuss a little bit of the guideway works. So we are currently working on our final sort of track certification for public use. Obviously, the tracks are used regularly for testing purposes. During these testing, we're testing the trains as well, making sure we're debugging any issues that get identified. Working as well on testing the signal train control systems, the switches, the switch heaters as appropriate, axle counters. And then again, working on training our people for the on-the-job OJT training, which Michael will touch on next. And here we are at our final station at Lime Bank. Perfect, so we can head back to the presentation. I have a few more slides before we'll hand you over to Michael. Perfect. So next up, what we'll be touching on and trying to focus on is some of the enhancements of this south extension as compared to the original system. So we'll just wait for the English slides to come up as well. And so maybe while we wait, the first slide speaks to our signal system upgrades, so both for the signals and the train control. A nice improvement we have for the extension is that we have the train control upgraded from intermittent speed control to continuous speed control for the trains. As well, we have implementation of signal regulation. Here we are, perfect. Okay, so we're at Dow's Lake station. We can see a signal. This signal is part of our upgrades for this stage 2 extension. So at the end of platforms, we have signals that act to give us the green lights, as we saw during our train ride, and help assist train movements, either departures or passing movements at sidings. We can move into the next slide. So station upgrades as well on the south stage 2 extension include on the left-hand photo, we can see that yellow band, that is the platform extender. So the previous line had this, which acts as a gap filler between the edge of platform and the train, only at the train door locations. Here on the stage 2, we have it the full length of the platform, so that's a very good safety enhancement to have. As well, in that same photo, you can see those bollards. Those bollards help protect the gap between coupled trains. And so again, that's an important safety add that we have. On the right-hand photo, you see another safety feature that we have, which are emergency or distress phones at waiting areas. And in the center, here we see, let me just make sure I'm on the right photo. Yes, this is the passenger information system. So this shows us live, real-time information about upcoming trains. Now we move into the next slide. So accessibility upgrades that we have in our stage 2. On Trillium, we have on the left tactile surface, walking surface indicators. So these do exist on the original line, but there's more of them and they more clearly identify the connection between elevators and waiting areas, for example. On the right-hand photo, these are accessible transit shelters that we have as part of our upcoming extension. And in the center, we see a photo of the elevator that's been added at Dow's Lake. So that's a very good accessibility feature. It's a double elevator, which gives us that redundancy in case of any malfunctioning. Next slide, please. So operational upgrades include the operator buildings, which we saw where we have our occupancy permits. So the left photo and the center photo are both showing the Beauceville operator building, and on the right-hand side, this is Leitrim. So these buildings are great for operational reasons. They help give our operators a very near location from the train itself to have their breaks and to be there for shift changes. If we move into our next photo. Further operational upgrades. So we have a mixed fleet on the Trillium line. On the left-hand photo, this is one of the Stadler Flirt trains. So these trains are longer, and so that gives us additional capacity, which is important. As well, they have a higher ratio of doors. So more doors means quicker boarding and offloading, as well as gives us redundancy in case of any door malfunctioning. On the right-hand side, it may be hard to see, but this is a great photo showing the difference in length of the different trains that we have. So in the center, it's an Alstom Lint, which is roughly half the length of the new Stadler flirts, and so it's one lint parked between two flirts, and so the lints, two coupled lints gives you more or less the same length as the flirt vehicle. If we move into the next photo, we have maintenance upgrades. So we have a state-of-the-art MSF, including an inspection building and train wash. So this is a state-of-the-art facility. We have inspection bays, maintenance bays, automatic train wash. This gives us really increased functionality and capacity as part of our stage 2. More operational upgrades, these gives us some photos of the trains themselves. So on the left, these are coupled trains, which will be used on the main line. And on the right-hand side, this is a photo of a single lint train, which will be running on the airport spur. And now last up, as another operational upgrade, this is a photo of the, or multiple photos of the TOCC, so the Transit Operations Control Center. As a very important upgrade for stage 2, we have the rail control function now in-house. And so personnel is located directly on site in the TOCC alongside Special Constables Unit. We have, technologies available to them, including phone systems and cameras that will really increase our operational ability and capacity now for stage 2. And so thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci. Je vais vous transférer à Michael Morgan.
I'll now give the floor to Michael Morgan, who will talk about the project handover, and we'll talk about that now.
Thank you, Michael, as well for that update. Just to kind of put a point on it, for the Confederation East extension, we are expecting to see a train out to trim in the next 2 months. So it's very exciting to be able to get that train out to that point. In terms of the current program, the schedule, still the same as last time, still looking at an April 2025 handover, trial running to follow after that. So looking at a spring 2025 for the final commissioning of that system. For the West, no change, still looking at a fall 2026, November timeframe for that handover. En tant que le système du Trillium Line, les travaux de construction.
Now, for the Trillium Line, construction is going well, and the trials are progressing very well. The signal system has been tested with success. We're continuing today to send trains along the line on a daily basis. And I'd like to show you the details about the tests we're currently doing on this system.
We talk about testing and commissioning a lot of times in a very generic fashion. We just kind of say it as if it's all kind of understood by all parties without really getting into the details. And so this list A to G is really all the things that we need to test. Starting at the top, number A is system integration testing, overall performance testing. That's kind of the bow that we put on the rest of the package. But as you work your way down the list, you see all of the various systems, all of the various functions that need to come together as we commission the system and put it into service. So if you go to the next slide, it gives you this gives you a snapshot of where we are with the program. For each of those items, I've tried to kind of provide you some insight and visibility into the remaining tests, the remaining activities, insight into the deficiencies that the team are working on. So in terms of the overall performance, it's really at this point a countdown to trial running, and I'll get into a little bit more on what's left before we can start trial running next. In terms of the train control system, still on deficiency closeout. We talked about earlier in the year a software bug that came up in February. That's been corrected. We are still tracking some final commissioning activities, timetables, and schedule testing for diversion routes. So the regular routes are working and being tested now, but we do need to do some testing on diversion routes. So if we lose a switch, if we have a dead train, we need to run trains around that other one. That's called a diversion route. So we still need to test that. The train arrival system, the prediction, so the countdown messages you see on the platform, it's working, but it doesn't have the amount of granularity that our customers would expect. So it's kind of going from 12 minutes down to 8 minutes down to 0 minutes. So we're trying to improve that a little bit, and then we do have some integration activities with the maintainer's performance reporting system. Fire life safety, good shape there across all the stations. We're into the deficiency closeout, into the final test report, so no concerns there. Vehicle systems, I think there's 4 tests that are remaining, 4 test reports that are remaining, and then just some closeouts. And then once we're done all the testing and the handover to Transport Canada, then we really focus on reliability, which is part and parcel of our run up to trial running. Communication systems, so 94% of the devices are connected. So this is all the cameras, telephones, passenger information signs. We're into the final kind of cleanup of those items, trying to get the final test reports done and into a pattern of just kind of closing things out. Station operations, so we've had all the elevators inspected. They're all in good shape. We're waiting for the final certificates to come through, which is a very good milestone. We're doing the final station walkthroughs in June to get building occupancy, and then we expect to be able to, we're targeting end of June to have that done and in hand so that we can open up the stations to the public when we're ready for that. And then obviously the maintenance facilities, we did do a variation, if you recall, a few years ago to expand the yard to give some extra track to make it more flexible. So we're still finalizing that bit of track, but it should be finished in the coming month or so, and final test reports. So that's kind of where we are with the various tests and the deficiencies. I just want to be absolutely kind of clear on where we are with that system. The next slide. The other big focus for us is the operations and maintenance training. Diesel rail operators, 55 required, 30 complete now, 25 in progress, expecting that to be wrapped up next month. Diesel rail controllers are in very good shape with 10, trying to get another 4 just to have a couple on standby in case we need, vacations and sickness and all those things. So building that up. The maintenance team, again, as I spoke in past meetings, they have been able to kind of keep on board a number of vehicle technicians from the original service, which is very good news for us. And they have had their track technicians and their signal people all working on the system as part of the construction phase. So they will transition over to the maintenance phase. And then the emergency responder training has been completed. So the next real big task for us is to start to grow the reliability of the system. And so I'm going to take you through a few things here that really kind of put a point on what we've achieved so far and what we plan to achieve. So the next slide, and I know Friday afternoon your eyes glaze over when I show you a graph, but I'm going to show you a few graphs here. So this is really just to say, since January, you see that 9 there. So for peak service on the Trillium line, there's no off-peak, it's just peak service. We need 9 trains in service. And so we've been able to run 9 trains in service basically since the start of the year. You see a little blip there in February, and then where we had that software bug, we stopped for a couple of days. And then you see in the recent month, we've moved to running 9 trains on weekends as well. And so this is really kind of important for us to build up the running time on the trains, to build up our experience and lessons learned and flush out all of the things that can go wrong with the train and with the system. So very good progress here. If you go to the next slide, we'll show you the gap of where we need to get to. So 9 trains is good, but we've been running 9 trains for basically 15 to 16 hours a day. We need to get to 18 hours a day. And so what you see here is that orange line is the final service pattern. And so we need to train a few more operators and bridge the gap so that we're running the full schedule, the full 18 hours a day, slightly reduced on Saturdays and Sundays, but be into that final service schedule, be measuring the system, be measuring the performance of the operators, be measuring the performance of the maintainers. And so we're hoping to get to that full service schedule basically by the second week of June. That way we'll really kind of transition from kind of commissioning to measuring performance, measuring delays. If I go to the next slide, so this is really just when we started running in January, part of it was just kind of like we needed a data dump of what are all the issues that we could potentially see that we're actually seeing, put those in a database, start managing, monitoring them. Now this snapshot, this is just of events. And so what we've told staff, just throw everything in there. We want to see everything needs to be listed out. And from there we can start prioritizing, we can start tackling the performance. And so, on the Trillium line, because it is a lot of single track on that network, it does require passing movements. Switch performance is probably number 1 for the system to keep the system running. And so we are seeing some tweaks there. We're seeing every week a couple of things, little things. This is not a measure of events or delays or criticality, or it's just a count of events. It's not a measure of criticality. Once we get to the full service schedule, we'll start measuring delays. So a switch can go in and out of correspondence. That counts as 1 on this graph. It can also go out of correspondence for 30 minutes, which would be a major delay to service. That also counts on 1 on this graph. So once we get to the full service schedule in beginning of June, then we'll start really measuring delay. We'll measure performance. We'll really understand, are these events having an impact? Where do we need to target our activities? So that's kind of from the beginning, I guess this is the last 90 days, but basically kind of a snapshot of where we are. Each time we have one of these events, it informs an improvement that we need to make. You see there's some switch heater issues kind of mid-April there, so we've added some new sensors, we've adjusted some processes to deal with some of the gas issues, but every week we're seeing a couple of little switch issues, and we need to get to the point where we're seeing none, or really one switch issue per month or one per 3 months is kind of a better target for us to get to. The next slide just shows kind of the same type of thing, but just highlighting issues that arise with the signal system. Again, just kind of events, and I've asked staff to track all the events. Once we get into that first week of June, or second week of June, we'll start tracking delay. But it's important just for us to kind of be aware that we're actively monitoring these deficiencies, actively monitoring the performance to know what do we need to focus on. And then the last one, the vehicles. So just kind of a summary of per week, how many events we're having, what are the activities. This could be, again, this is anything from a single like 30-second glitch, just an error message pops up and they confirm it and they clear it and they keep moving, to a longer delay. And so, it's important for us to put everything into the mix to understand where we need to focus our efforts. There's a lot of kind of in the general category. There's a few braking applications where the operator is still getting familiar with the speed control function. Typically on a typical day, there's probably between 2,000 and 3,000 brake applications or starts and stops. And so, seeing 10 and 15 kind of brake applications per day that are uncontrolled is not, is par for the course for where they are. But obviously we want to get that to zero. We want to get this trend down to zero as well for any service affecting events. Right now it's just everything. We put everything into the mix, but once we get into June, we'll start measuring delay properly. So I'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide. So this idea that running the full service schedule has a few impacts. One of the things it does is it reduces the amount of time that the maintenance team has to actually inspect the vehicles, refuel the vehicles, clean the vehicles, get the vehicles ready for the next day. It reduces the amount of time they have to inspect the track. So we need to use that experience as a real test for the maintainer. Similarly for the operators, we need to use that as a test for the different shift structures and handover and handoff. And then lastly, we need to use that period to monitor the performance of the system. We want to be in that final service schedule for a period of 8 to 10 weeks. And within that service schedule, depending on where we are with reliability, we would undertake trial running within that 8 to 10 week period. So speaking about trial running, the next slide. So this is the list of items that are required to be completed before we can actually start trial running. So the first one, the integrated system has been tested. Essentially, testing commissioning is over. The second one, the fleet is ready. The third one, the signal system's ready. The fourth one, importantly, there are no major defects. Like, we don't want to go into trial running with a major defect program or rectification program or modification program. So we want to have that largely resolved. Stations are substantially complete. We have occupancy. TNEX is ready to maintain. TNEX has demonstrated there's a verification matrix that they submit to us to demonstrate that they're ready to maintain. And then the city's fully ready to operate. So that's the entry criteria to get into trial running. Now, not everything needs to be done for trial running. On the next slide, I talk a little bit about stuff that can be deferred. And this is kind of our current scope of work of things that we don't expect to be finished at substantial completion. The multi-use pathway along the southern extension. There is one damaged turnout at Bayview we have a replacement in place, but we expect to put in a better one in the future. There's some final traffic signal adjustments on Hunt Club Road. The Rideau River pedestrian bridge we're excited about this June 15th date, but there is some final works that we have to come back and do after the fact. That will be out of the way, but still needs to be done. And then throughout the system, final landscaping, and the contractor is allowed to have minor deficiencies to achieve substantial completion. So assuming we're okay with the deferrals and the entry criteria, then we get into trial running. Trial running's 21 days. 14 days of simulated service that are measured against this 98.5% target. At the same time, we need the maintainer to demonstrate that they can respond to other deficiencies with elevators or with cameras or other things during that 14-day period. So you recall, stage 1 was 12 days with a 9-day performance period. Stage 2 is a 21-day period with a 14-day performance period. That does a better job of kind of capturing the weekends and the different service levels. And then a 7-day period at the end just to kind of clean up and give operations a chance to do some failure management and other scenarios. During the trial running period, so we will, I know we're going over this very quickly, but there will be an opportunity to kind of come back again before we start trial running to provide you some greater insights or digest this today and then come back with more questions in the future. But what on the next slide, we've committed to providing you a daily update. Once we start trial running, on every weekday, we won't do it on the weekends, we'll provide you with an update Monday to Friday on the service reliability standard. What's the percentage that was achieved? The system infrastructure performance, did we see any other issues? Did the maintainer respond? And then thirdly, anything new that cropped up that is kind of note or is of concern that we might want to flag to you if there's any issues. So we provide that to you on a daily basis. We've also engaged Ricardo Rail. The hyperlink is there. Ricardo Rail is one of the biggest rail system suppliers in the world. And so they've been asked to provide a kind of an independent review of trial running and the trial running results. And then at the end of trial running, once we've achieved the results, once Ricardo Rail has confirmed the results, we would come back to you and give a technical briefing. So that finishes trial running. So at the end of trial running, we will have a report from the system integration verifier confirming the results of trial running. TNext will then submit their final safety case. We'll have our independent safety auditor center review that safety case. The independent certifier will certify substantial completion as well as generate a list of minor deficiencies. We will then go to the Canadian Transportation Agency, ask them for a certificate of fitness, go to Transport Canada, ask them for a railway operating certificate. Once we have all of those things in place, we will then, if you go to the next slide, we'll essentially have the regulatory approvals to run the system, to open it for the public. We'll have building code occupancy, we'll have the elevators, we'll have Transport Canada, we'll have the CTA. Everything will be in place at that point to allow us to actually put passengers on the system. Before we do that, we're basically going to rely on three things. One is the knowledge that we ran the system in January through May and early June, running 9 trains, multiple hours per day, 15 to 16 hours per day, that we actually switched into the final service level in mid-June and run in that configuration, so the final configuration of the system for 8 to 10 weeks, and that during that 8 to 10 weeks, nothing new came up that causes us concern. Like we achieved the performance results, the system's reliable, there's no new safety issue arises or comes up that gives us concern or pause or indicates to us that we need to take some additional time for training or do a technical fix. We need to be clear. Once we're kind of clear and we've achieved that 8 to 10 weeks, then we would come back and we would make a recommendation in terms of either additional time or a potential date for an opening. And so we would do that to this committee as opposed to just kind of making the decision and notifying you after the fact. We would absolutely come forward with the results, share that information with you, and make a recommendation on the opening. So that's the end of my presentation, Mr. Chair. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the detailed presentation. I realize the hour, and I promise I'll keep my questions fairly brief. You were able to provide and confirm dates for the Eastern handover, April 2025, Western handover, November 2026, but you still hesitate to give an estimate for the Southern opening or handover. Why is that, and can you not give an estimate today before we leave?
So the handovers for the East and the West that I mentioned are the dates that the contractor is working to. And so closer to that time, we will have to come back and give you an update on reliability of the system and performance of the system, and that will ultimately drive the decision. And I will give you a similar update at that time where I talk about amount of hours and operations and amount of time in the final configuration before we would open. So those two dates are about handover. As we sit here today, it's we're looking at 8 to 10 weeks from kind of mid-June to give us the information to come back with a recommendation.
Okay, so your boss was saying a spring opening, that's obviously off the table. September is the highest volume month for our ridership on the lines and buses. Seems ideal to do it in August, but we're now talking about autumn, best case scenario, if everything goes well with testing. And, that will now be into the third year of this being delayed from the original date. So you've provided a very detailed and elaborate outline of every task that remains, and you've given sort of estimate timelines for each task. But if things go well, you should be able to estimate when we think that the handover is going to be and when revenue service goes in, and you're just not willing to do that today. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the best we can do today is to say, once we run the system in the final service schedule, we need a minimum 8 to 10 weeks before we can put the system into service. But during that period, we need to demonstrate the reliability to give you confidence and comfort that the system's ready to go.
So when do you think the earliest would be that the system would open then?
Based on what I've just given you, it could be no earlier than mid-August.
What are the remaining tasks for the Rideau River Bridge that require us to wait until June 15th for the opening? What has to happen between now and then?
So the remaining tasks are, we did a final walkthrough yesterday. We identified some deficiencies with some handrails that we need to clean up. There were some additional trees that need to be brought into the area, and those trees require heavy equipment. There was some, hydro seeding and final kind of sod and other work that needs to be in place that again requires some heavy equipment, but otherwise we're very close.
And so, trees, sod, that can be done with flag persons at non-peak times. Is it the handrails that have to be fixed before the bridge opens? It's just, why are we waiting until every little grass seed is in the ground before we open this bridge?
Mr. Chair, we are, trying to be diligent about opening it in a state that is safe and ready and doesn't require us to close it down again.
The Walkley MUP was in your presentation. The Walkley MUP has been closed for some time. We continuously get inquiries in my office upon the reopening. This connects Walkley through some residential towers. Again, can you estimate an opening date for this MUP, please?
Today I can't do that, but I can follow up after this meeting with a date for that particular MUP.
Hunt Club Road has been on the repaving list for years. It's similar to the Moon's surface. The whole project is upheld because of outstanding work related to the LRT project. I think you'd mentioned basically some pedestrian work, and again, can you please clarify the timelines for this work to be done so the city will go ahead with the repaving work on Hunt Club that's desperately needed?
Mr. Chair, the work that's outstanding is to install new crossrides at the intersection. And the new crossrides requires additional signal cables to get across the street. There's also a multi-use pathway underneath the bridge structure that needs to be done, which requires heavy equipment. And so to get those signals in, the crossrides in, does require, some coordination with traffic and some flips back and forth. At this point, it's going to take us at least the entire summer to finish that work. And I suspect that any paving or finalization would be into the fall.
Okay. The last thing I'll raise now are just the bells that are ringing with arriving and departing trains at Walkley Station beside the residential towers. Beside that station, you had committed to looking into the possibility of lowering the sound emitting from this. Can you just let me know where we are with this project, please?
Mr. Chair, we have looked at it's largely from the Stadlers, that there is an opportunity to reduce the volume on those Stadlers. It does require us to reduce the volume, rerun a type test to validate we're still compliant with the Transport Canada regulations. Once that's done, then we can go and adjust all the vehicles. So that probably is something that we can do before opening, but it will take us that amount of time just to do that testing.
Okay, so my communication back to the public is it will still be a number of months before that matter can be addressed to their satisfaction.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I have a whole bunch of other questions that are not urgent for today, but it's about restoring lands to their proper look and feel that have been used during construction, but I will follow up with staff on this, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Councillor Kavanagh had her hand up first.
Okay, I have a different order, so yes, thanks, Councillor Lowe. We'll go to Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation, and good to hear. I just wanted to let you know I did have a meeting Wednesday night for stage 2. It was very successful. Wanted to give a shout out to the staff, to the stage 2 team that have been working with us. As you know, it's probably the most complex section of stage 2. It's 7 stations, and it's been impacting people, so they're very interested. We had over 100 residents come out, and many had questions. Just so you know, most of the questions are related to connectivity and landscaping, what their community is going to look like afterwards. So those are the primary concerns. There are some concerns as you know, about the sound that will be looked into as well. But I just wanted to give you that feedback. I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to let you know that we'll continue to be working on those issues with the staff because there are some safety concerns, especially with the connectivity, such as going around that, the flyover. I've heard some complaints about that, but I just wanted to give you that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe now? Yes?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. This is, most of my questions are related to, actually, all my questions are related to line 2. And the first one is, I note that you had said all of that control is now in-house. Does that mean the operators don't have to call, I think it was Montreal, to every time they cross a signal?
Correct. In the original, I'll call it the 2000 to 2015 configuration, the rail dispatch function was done out of using a third party in Dorval. And, you know, they didn't have access to cameras, they didn't have access to telephones or radios, or, you know, there was the very limited kind of interfaces between the system and the rail dispatch. And so now we've brought that in-house, and so the controllers will be based in the TOCC. They will have access to all of the kind of modern technology that comes with a new light rail system, but they're also based in the control center, which is a multimodal, so they have easy access to bus and special constables and the leadership in the control room. So it's a very positive improvement for the system and for us to be able to provide customer service to residents.
Thank you. The second question sort of builds upon Councillor Brockington's question about the bells. Is that sort of, and while this doesn't really bother my residents because we're sort of removed from it, does that sort of come down from a Transport Canada, like a federal rule to sound the gong as you enter the station?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any scenarios in the future where we sort of weather through, I know there's a very complicated process for this, but through some sort of process to sort of technically close the federal railway and make it into something closer to what the Confederation line is. Is there any scenario in the future where that happens, so perhaps we have a little more control over things like that?
Mr. Chair, I think that's a difficult one to achieve because of all the rules in place that protect federally regulated railroads from transitioning to something else. We do currently interface with CN at Walkley Yard and the Walkley Crossing. We do continue to provide freight services to the National Research Council and their Surface Transportation Board facility. And that's done under the federal regulations, and they've asserted their rights under the federal regulations. And so I guess the short answer is no. The long answer is potentially if you put in a flyover over Walkley Yard, you could start to make that argument of decoupling it from the railway, but I think that would be a difficult hurdle to overcome.
No, that makes sense. Just little scenarios playing in my head. And the last one is, are there any scenarios where, let's say something happens and we just have to, we have a section of the line that's completely ready to go, and you just sort of have to open a portion of it and keep a portion closed? Is that
Today, Mr. Chair, today, no. You know, there's still some challenges in the north in respect of, you know, the Ottawa Hospital construction and whether we need to, you know, give them some time in the north. And then even Carlton parking garage is very close to our alignment, and they've put in a request to demolish one of their parking garages. So there's a couple of things where on weekends we may need to affect service, but this is one of the older ones on the south side, not the new one. So, I mean, but in terms of generally opening, no, there's no one part of the system that's more advanced than the other that you would say, hey, let's open this early. It's going to all open at the same time.
Sounds good. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. This might be a question of be careful what you wish for or ask for, but so, Mr. Morgan, I heard you say that you'll be coming at the end of the trial running period to council with a recommendation as to whether or not it moves forward. Are you proposing that council would vote on whether or not to put the train into service?
Mr. Chair, I haven't thought through the mechanics of how that would work particularly, but, you know, given the context of what happened in stage one, the thought was that we would bring forward a recommendation.
Okay, so I mean, that does imply if it's a recommendation that you're seeking direction from council on whether or not to go into service. And, you know, just given what happened last time, that may or may not be a good thing. It's very different from what occurred last time.
Mr. Chair, we'll do our due diligence. We'll work with a lot of consultants, and we'll come here, we'll propose you something. We will propose you to open to the revenue service, and for sure you can say no, but our recommendation will be we are ready to go.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor it, but it's you know, it's a critical, that'll be a critical point. And there are two directions in which that can go. One is to put a recommendation in front of council on which we vote, and the other is to say we're going to move ahead. But we're going to explain to you why and give you an opportunity to raise objections based on anything that you haven't heard or things like that. So I'll be interested to see in which direction you go. And I know everyone around the table will be, they'll do their job when the time comes to evaluate what we are hearing from you and make that decision if it's what you're asking us to do. But yeah, I appreciate that that is very different from the process last time. Mr. Morgan, thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the update and the welcome news about the Rita River pedestrian bridge and for getting all those ducks in a row. I know it's been a long time coming, so appreciate that. There's a date now, and that'll be well received by a lot of people that have wanted that connection for a very long time, and it connects up with Carleton University, where a lot of students have been desiring to you know, live in different areas and connect up, Vincent Massey and other, you know, park systems through there. So it's appreciated. On the trial running, so I just wanted to get more detail if I could about it. The 8 to 10 week period for the trial running is expected to start mid-June.
So mid-June, we expect to have enough operators to run the full service schedule. Okay. At that point, we'll basically be in an 8 to 10 week operations period. Within that 8 to 10 weeks, we expect to do the formal 3-week trial running program, so that when we come out at the end of the 8 to 10 weeks, we would be ready for service.
Okay, and I'm relating back to the stage 1 piece. So on the 3-week trial running, just remind me of what we need to do to meet the specifications in the, I guess, the agreement that this is ready for launch. It is a certain number of defaults per day, per week. Can you just remind us of what you're looking for in that 3-week period for the trial run?
So, Mr. Chair, in the 3 weeks, there's a 14-day performance period and there's a 7-day exercise period. The 7-day exercise period should be straightforward. It's the 14-day performance period where we need the system to operate, and the metrics it's included in the report. 98.5% of departures occur within 30 seconds of their scheduled departure time. and that we achieve essentially a 98.5% average over 14 days. And so if we don't achieve that, I say 14 days, it may take us 16 days, 17 days, 18 days to kind of get those hours. But the intent is to only start trial running when we have a confidence that we were going to pass trial running. So rather than just starting as soon as possible, we would run the system starting in mid-June, start to measure, see what the performance looks like, and then at some point, once all the prerequisites are done, and once we're comfortable that we will pass, then we would start the test period.
Okay. And is there a reset period like there was supposed to be on line 1? Does it reset to a time where, okay, if you didn't get your 2 weeks in, you got to go back and do that full 2 weeks? Or is it day by day and the total amount of the 98.5%?
I mean, Mr. Chair, it's a rolling average. And so if you could get to day 13 and, have a very bad day and then, and then potentially need to restart, but we wouldn't talk about it in that, we don't talk about it in those terms. We just say rolling average over 14 days.
Okay. You get to the end of the trial running, the 3 weeks.
Yep.
Let's say things have gone relatively well. What's the process from there to revenue service? You say you're coming back to us, but what's the timeline and process to revenue service availability?
So once trial running has been performed and it's confirmed that it's complete, then there are a few remaining steps. So we still need the updated safety case from the constructor. We need our independent safety auditor to check that safety case. We need the independent certifier to certify substantial completion. So there's kind of 3 or 4 things there. All of those things, typically because of the maturity of the system, how far we've gotten, it should be a short period, 4 to 5 days, to get kind of the paperwork locked in. Once that's done, substantial completion is achieved. We're paying the maintainer at that point. We stop paying the contractor, the constructor, we're paying the maintainer. From that point forward, it's really kind of a decision point for staff to say, are we ready or not? Within this envelope of wanting a minimum of 8 to 10 weeks. And so potentially at the end of that, you have a few more weeks to achieve that target, and then you could open to the public.
Okay, so all of that would occur within the 8 to 10 week period that you've kind of outlined here, and we're expected that training is ready for the mid-June, so that gives us to September 1st, essentially, at worst case scenario, I guess. Is that?
Yes, depending on when we precisely start the 8 to 10 weeks, is it the June 6th or June 12th? There's some swing there. So,
okay.
But we want that 8 to 10 weeks to give everyone some comfort that the system is functioning as designed.
Okay. Thanks very much for that detail.
Councillor Lowe.
Very quick follow-up question there. So that point where we start paying the maintainer, that's the handover, eh? Or is that whole process the handover?
When we start paying the maintainer, it is officially our asset. Substantial completion has occurred and it's been handed over to us.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Leeper.
I'm just wondering about the availability of operators for revenue service. So during that 8 to 10 weeks of, I'll call it trial running. I know that there's trial running within those 8 to 10 weeks, but those operations, are those operators scheduled as though that is their full-time job, is just coming in routine matter of course and running the train?
Essentially, once we start that full schedule, running the full 18 hours a day, they will essentially be on their shifts. There may be some final kind of juggling around to the last few trainees to give them some equal time on evenings or weekends or morning, because it's for an operator, it's different to do a launch than it is to do a reduction than it is to join kind of midway. So there may be some shuffling around, but very close into that process, they will be on their final shifts and their final shift patterns.
Right, so it should be relatively seamless from an operator perspective. Once they start those 8 to 10 weeks, this council or staff are making the decision, yeah, we're going into revenue service, but that should be almost invisible to the operators because they're just coming in for their regularly scheduled shift.
Yeah.
Okay, good, excellent, thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. Right, good. So our joint transit committee needs to receive this report. Is this report received? Received. Thank you for bringing us up to date on that, and good luck in the coming weeks as we get towards that finish line. Thanks for the update. We're almost done today. We have no more in-camera items, no other business, but there is an inquiry that Councillor Carr wanted to raise. Since she had to leave for a police board meeting, Councillor Curry will just introduce it on her behalf. So we'll bring that up for you, Councillor Curry. There we go.
All right, so for seniors ride free paratranspo, seniors 65 and older ride without a charge all day, every Wednesday and Sunday. The same does not apply to seniors using paratranspo on these days. Could staff please respond to the following? Why does the same policy not apply to paratranspo customers? And what are the projected implications for paratranspo on Sundays and Wednesdays were such a no-charge policy to be implemented? What would, I'm sorry, my thing's blocking it here. What would the impacted cost implications be?
Okay, thank you. Any other inquiries? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you to everyone for spending the day with us here today. Thank you to staff with OC Transpo. Thank you to the clerk's office and all the other city staff who helped behind the scenes. And we're back here on June 13th for our next Transit Commission meeting. Hope everybody has a great weekend. We are adjourned.